school desks, chairs, and other furniture manufactured by various TVET institutions on Tuesday, 10th November 2022 at main Parliament buildings from 09 hours to 17 hours. And Madam Speaker did request the honourable members to attend the official launch of the fair in the amphitheatre and to be seated by 08:45 hours on Thursday, 10th November 2022. And she further invited honourable members to visit the exhibition stands within the precincts of Parliament.
And the announcement was followed by a ministerial statement that was rendered by the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. And this ministerial statement was on the death of two people during the pre-running exercise to identify would-be recruits in the ongoing Zambia Correctional Service recruitment in Kabwe, following a directive by the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker on a matter of urgent public importance raised by Mr. Sidney Mushanga, Member of Parliament for Wacha, on Wednesday, 2nd November 2022. The Minister briefed the House on what transpired and the measures being taken to prevent loss of life under such circumstances.
We did see quite a number of members of Parliament making follow-up questions, seeking clarity from the Minister of Home Affairs, Internal Security, and after that the House proceeded to consider the only question for oral answer. That was question 88, Understanding Order 74. Pauline, the House did resolve into Committee of Supply to consider revenue of estimates of expenditure, and including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. And let's just highlight some of the heads that were considered yesterday.
The House considered head 15, which is Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, and a total amount of 425,056,151,000 was agreed to be part of the estimates. The House also considered the head 11, which is the Zambia Police Service, and a total amount of 2,146,465,832 was agreed to be part of the estimates for this particular head.
And head 18, the Judiciary and the Ministry of Justice, was under consideration, and at exactly 19:10 hours, the chairperson interrupted the proceedings and committee work stood adjourned. The House adjourned at 19:13 hours. So exactly at that particular time, the House did adjourn, and that's the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday. Let's shift our attention and look at today's business, which is expected to resume shortly. We do have one question for our answer, and this is question 89, which will come from Mr. Kamondo Mufumbwe, Member of Parliament, posing this question to the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. Pauline, before we look at the details of this question, let's look at the heads that are yet to be considered on the floor of the House when the House resolves into Committee of Supply.
And still to come, we have head 18, which is the Judiciary. We also have 31, Minister of Justice, and also head 14, Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. Others are head 30, the Zambia Correctional Service, and also head 23, the National Immigration Services under the Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security. So in total, we have 5 heads that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House today.
So shortly we'll be able to see the presiding officers proceeding, making the way to the chamber. That will signify the commencement of today's business. Like I mentioned earlier on, we do have Mufumbwe, Member of Parliament, posing a question to the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, and we'd like to find out what the progress on the exploration of gas and oil countrywide was as of August 2020. As you can see on your screens, business is about to begin. We cross over to the floor of the House for the commencement of today's business. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and a faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Matter of urgent public importance, the Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Nakonde this chance to raise the matter of urgent public importance pursuant to our standing orders 134, directed, Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. Madam Speaker, Nakonde has had no water for the past 1 week. This is because the stream where we are connected to, Madam Speaker, has dried up. Madam Speaker, we are worried because we are at the border and we receive a lot of people from different parts of Zambia. And these people, Madam Speaker, they would want also to use the toilets. As I'm speaking, Madam Speaker, some of the public toilets have been locked up. They have closed because of not having water. Madam Speaker, as you know that contaminated water and that of poor sanitation, Madam Speaker, can lead to the transmission of diseases such as cholera, dysentery, and diarrhea. Also typhoid, Madam Speaker, because if the outbreak of these can come to Nakonde, which means all the parts of Isoka, Chinsari will be affected, Madam Speaker. I seek your serious guidance because even the government workers, Madam Speaker, they're just fetching water from the wells to use when there is the nature, they are answering the call of nature. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious guidance on this matter. I thank you.
Honorable Member for Nakonde, you are saying the stream has dried up because it has dried up. But you know God is a God of wonders. The rains are just here. So I don't know what steps you have taken in order to ensure that the problems that are being faced by the people of Nakonde are alleviated due to the stream drying up. I don't know if you have even taken the trouble to get in touch with the disaster management to see how they can help you so that they can either find water which can be used in the meantime as we are waiting for the rain or something to be done. I don't know whether you have dug up wells. That's why there is this CDF. Please, can we use CDF where it's necessary so that we can alleviate some of these problems? Because if you just come here and raise a matter, even if the minister, honorable member from Pika, please. Even if the minister makes a statement today, will that sort out the problem? The problem of water will still be there. All you need to do is get in touch with the community. What project does the community want? If you want to see problems with the CDF guidelines, then nothing will be achieved. In the meantime, the money will be sitting there. The community will not take advantage of and benefit from the money. Please, let's take measures. We are part and parcel of the government ourselves. So we need to help and engage the Minister of Water and Sanitation to ensure that these problems are addressed, rather than waiting to raise a matter on the floor of this House, because that is not going to help to solve the problem. The Honorable Member for Solwezi. Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to render an urgent matter of public importance towards the Minister of Transport and Logistics, as well as the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. Madam Speaker, last week, Friday, one of our relatives and public person moving on the Ndola Kitwe Road, just by the Ndola Central Hospital. Next, we have a lay-by, and this lay-by, anyone who stops there to drop someone or a passenger or a relative tends to be harassed by people purporting to be police officers in casual clothes. They would grab your keys, harass you, park a vehicle in the midst of the road, and demand that you have to pay them 400 kwacha, or else they call the police. And they even have radio message devices. They would call the police would come there and say, you are not supposed to park here to pick anybody or drop anybody. Can you go and pay? This is becoming a nuisance to the public and a danger to lives, especially that they are threatening lives there. We can beat you up, we can harass you, you can do anything. And this is also happening at a lay-by next to Usakile police station, just within the vicinity of the police. Once you stop there, they'll even call the police would come and just drag you that you have to go and pay. Madam Speaker, this is posing a danger to lives by these people purporting to be police officers or traffic police. I seek your indulgence before we see accidents and lives being lost in these two particular lay-by. I don't know about what is happening around the other areas in the country, but these two particular ones, something, even Chilawomba, I'm told. Okay. So, Madam Speaker, lives will soon be lost if nothing is done on this matter. I seek your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics is in the House. Honorable Minister, are you aware of this issue that is being raised by the Honorable Member for Solwezi East and being confirmed by the Honorable Member for Ron?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am not aware of the matter being raised, and Madam Speaker, I guess this matter has nothing to do with the Ministry of Transport and Logistics. I guess the issue perhaps could be redirected to the Minister for Home Affairs, since the allegation is that this is being perpetrated by men in uniform. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. In that event, then, what Honorable Member for Solwezi East can do is, please, can you report the matter to the police? The Honorable Minister is here, and see what measures can be taken to address those issues. I'm sure this matter has not been brought to the attention of the relevant authorities. As at now, maybe it's just a complaint, people are complaining, but the necessary report has not been submitted. Please, can we do the reporting and then see whether measures can be taken to alleviate this problem? If it fails, then that's when we can demand from the ministers to do something about it, or maybe even issue a ministerial statement. The Honorable Member for Mangango.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to rise on a point of procedural that I've made an observation in this House. I rise on Standing Orders 203, 2, and I quote, "A member shall not act in a manner that brings the House or other members generally into disrepute.
Order, honorable member. We were still on matters of urgent public importance.
It's a procedural, Madam Speaker, and this phase I'm talking about has passed because I'm talking about the national anthem itself.
Proceed. Let's hear what the issue is.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have noted with a very serious concern that some of your parliamentarians in this House, particularly members of the Patriotic Front, do not sing the national anthem. This, Madam Speaker, is putting your members in this House into a very serious disrepute because all of us, Madam Speaker, as we come in this House, we're expected to sing the national anthem. Our children are watching and all other members countrywide are watching. Madam Speaker, when somebody does not sing the national anthem in this House, they cannot tell us this time around that now they are not able to sing a national anthem purporting they belong to a particular grouping that does not sing the national anthem. Madam Speaker, I need your very serious ruling on some of these Patriotic Front members that do not sing the national anthem on the floor of this House. Thank you.
Order, order. It's a requirement that we all sing the national anthem. I try to do my part, but there are times when the singing is very loud and very joyous from either the left or the right. But there are times when very few people participate in the singing of the national anthem. When the honorable members sing the national anthem, it even uplifts my spirit. So let's sing the national anthem, all of us, when we are required. And also after the prayer, please let's say amen. Don't sing in your mind. Sing out loud so that we rejoice in being one Zambia, one nation. So that is the ruling that I can give on the matter. You are all urged and encouraged to sing the national anthem. Thank you very much for that reminder. Let's make progress. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Mufumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question number 89.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Member, for the joke. At least it breaks the ice. The question from the Honorable Member, Mr. Elliot Kamondo. The question is, what the progress on the exploration of gas and oil countrywide was as of August 2022, which parts of the country have been under exploration as of August 2022, which companies were conducting the explorations, and whether there have been any positive results, and if so, which areas recorded positive results. Madam Speaker, for question A, oil and gas exploration in the granted blocks was at various stages as of August 2022. Progress regarding basic geological, microbiogeochemical, and geophysical data acquisition has been done in Block 31, covering parts of Luapula and northern provinces. Block 32, covering parts of Luapula and northern provinces, and Block 54, covering parts of northern province. Other companies granted licenses for petroleum blocks are awaiting relevant environmental statutory approvals before they can commence exploration works. B, Madam Speaker, the following parts of the country had been under exploration as of August 2022. Petroleum Block 1, covering parts of Northwestern Province. Petroleum Block 2, covering parts of Northwestern and Western Provinces. Petroleum Block 17, 18, 20, 21, and 23, covering parts of Western Province. Petroleum Block 27, covering parts of Muchinga and Eastern Provinces. Petroleum Block 31, covering parts of Luapula and Northern Provinces. Petroleum Block 32, covering parts of Luapula and Northern Provinces. Petroleum Blocks 39 and 44, covering parts of Lusaka and Southern Province. Then Petroleum Block 52, covering parts of Luapula Province. And finally, Petroleum Block 54, covering parts of Northern Province. Madam Speaker, see, the following companies were conducting explorations: Geo Petroleum Limited over Block 31, Sagas Oil Limited over Block 54, Tiseza Zambia Limited over Block 18, Mafla Energy Limited over Blocks 2, 23, and 32, Barose Petroleum Limited over Blocks 20 and 21, and ZCCM Investment Holdings Limited, Blocks 1, 17, 27, 39, 44, and 52. D, Madam Speaker, there have been positive results, geological and geophysical results regarding the presence of possible basins for possible accumulation of oil and gas, which have been found during exploration. Furthermore, positive microbiome indicators for possible presence of oil and gas have been found where microbiogeochemical exploration and other related phased activities have been applied in Zambia. Madam Speaker, E, the following areas recorded positive results. Areas around Lake Tanganyika in Northern Province, covered by Blocks 31 and 54, showed positive geological and geophysical results regarding the presence of basins for possible accumulation of oil and gas. Additionally, positive microbiome indicators for possible presence of oil and gas have been found in Blocks 1, 2, 17, 18, 23, 27, 32, 39, and 44, covering parts of Luapula, Northern, Muchinga, Eastern Lusaka, Southern, Northwestern, and Western Provinces. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members can ask supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Mufumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Minister for having elaborated actually so many things, the exploration and the progress that has been made. ZCCMIH, which is our own, I wanted to find out from you whether it is highly competitive, and if it is highly competitive, does it have what it needs to continue doing the exploration?
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and thank you, Madam Speaker. We inherited, Madam Speaker, ZCCMIH, which was really shrouded in a lot of confusion, and ZCCMIH started actually running even milling plants. So we have set ourselves now on a path to reform it and align it to its core business, which is mining and also investing in mining companies. So I want to assure you, Honorable Member, that yes, ZCCMIH is going to be competitive under the new Dawn government. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Kawata to ask a question. Honorable Minister, would you be in a position to give the exact time frame when the exploration will end? Because in the past we've had some of these people were doing exploration. At the end of the day, they ended up starting mining. Would you give the exact day or time frame when this exploration will end?
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kabwata, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, exploration is not something which you can give a time frame to. Exploration is highly dependent on discoveries that you make, and those discoveries, whether they inform the fact that you now need to go into proper mining. So you cannot really give a time frame for exploration. What will determine is when you discover what you are looking for, and then apply back to government that now we want to go into proper mining. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Minister of Mines, you've reported to this House and to the members of the public that there are positive results, and I know that from your report, it's a highly technical report, which shows that work is being done by the companies that were given licenses to explore for gas and oil, meaning that there's progress, there's good news coming from these works that are taking place. My question to you, Minister of Mines, once the works are completed, and so far the indications are that we might have oil and gas, do you intend to award the licenses now for the actual drilling to the same license holders for exploration, or we are going to see different companies undertaking the actual drilling for oil and gas? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Kamfinsa. Madam Speaker, it follows that when somebody applies for an exploration license, it means they are looking for something, and we don't intend to disturb them. If there is a discovery, we would straight away give them a license if their reports indicate that they can now really go into mining. So we are not really looking at changing, you know, the companies that we've given the exploration license. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bwacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Minister, for the responses so far. Minister, I would want to find out, in responding to question C, where you mentioned the number of companies carrying out exploration, do we have, those names could be misleading, do we have Zambian companies that are carrying out exploration? If yes, how many Zambian companies are doing exploration and how many foreign countries are doing exploration? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The normal practice is one question per Honorable Member. There were two questions there. Honorable Minister, you may answer the first question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and thank you, Madam Speaker. The list is showing that JCCMIH is also an explorer there, so meaning that we already have a Zambian company that is doing exploration. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Pemba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to find out whether this is the first time the country is conducting oil exploration. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. The exploration for oil has been ongoing. I remember when I was a young boy, somebody saying they have explored that we can get oil from grass. Those of us who were alive at that time know. So we've been exploring since time immemorial, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that statement. You have mentioned the number of blocks which are under exploration. Is your ministry taking particular interest in certain areas where the probability of the discovery of oil and gas is high? For example, like Chama in 1986, it was reported that Chama had the oil deposits. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for Chama South. Is it Chama North? Is that the area? I think that's the area where there was suspected oil from grass. Madam Speaker, I can confirm to you and to the House and to the nation that we are actually talking with the Minister of Energy, because there are areas that are highly suspected to have oil and gas. So that interministerial committee is in place that is actually looking at that. So yes, Honorable Member, we are doing just that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, some exploration started in Northern Province around about 2017, and from your response, there are positive results coming from there. Are we likely to see some test drilling in the near future? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, actually, like I said, the ministerial committee that is looking at, those are serious issues that we are seriously looking at. So I think we are moving in that direction, Honorable Member. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Usakile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister of Mines a question. Minister of Mines, in responding to the question from the follow-up question from the Honorable Member from Mufumbwe on whether ZCCMIH is competitive or not, you have told this House that ZCMIH is not competitive. And in Usakile, what we know is that to a certain a company like ZCMIH, whether it's competitive or not, you have to look at what dividends they've been declaring. Did you look at the dividends that have been declared for you to insinuate that they are not competitive? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, though the question is a bit off tangent, but I'll answer it. Competitiveness is never, and I underline never, determined by dividends. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Mines. When he went here,
Order, honorable members. I didn't get what the honorable member. May the honorable member repeat what he was saying?
Well, I'll say it again. I'm saying Washangweni Gawenti.
No wonder I couldn't.
Meaning, I would like to ask a question to the Minister of Mines. Honorable Minister, it is good news that we are recording positive results for the exploration of petroleum and gas. As evidenced from your speech, in Lake Tanganyika, the hydrocarbons show that there is petroleum. Now, my question is that what is the government plan in setting up an oil refinery? Because we are almost sure that we'll actually have oil. Now, when we are we going to pump this oil to Saudi Arabia for refining and receive finished products in Zambia? Because we know for sure that Indeni refinery is going to be changed into a blender. So what is the government plan in refining the petroleum products that we're going to get from Zambia? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, of course the government has great plans, but oil refinery is not my jurisdiction. My jurisdiction is to mine and explore and find. So that question would be best directed to the Minister of Energy. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you mentioned that exploration cannot be given time span. Now, in the event that you do not have this time given, what other measures you have or can you put in place? Because we have seen explorers coming and they are endlessly exploring. For example, the grizzly mines in my district. They have been exploring for years and years, and heavy equipment every time being sent there. What assurance do we have that these people are not getting the wealth out of this nation? What measures do you have if we can't put time to exploration? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. Every license that we give, Madam Speaker, has a time frame, but can be renewed. So if a person has a license, an exploration or mining or for oil and gas or whatever, that license has got a time frame. And if they are submitting reports and they are not abrogating the law as they do their mining activities, they are actually allowed to renew. So each license, when given, has a time frame, but renewables, the licenses are allowed to be renewed. So if somebody is exploring and they don't find within the specified time, they are allowed to renew. Except for exploration, they give up 50% of the space that they are given. That is the law. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, my question was asked by the Honorable Member who just asked a question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chinsali. I will allow 2 more questions.
Honorable Minister, as a follow-up to the question that was asked by Honorable Mushanga, I would like to find out the number of Zambian companies that have been given exploration licenses who are currently exploring for oil. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I think it's the same question with what Honorable Mushanga asked.
I think that one, it was not answered. It was the second question. So I think the Honorable Member for Chinsali has taken the opportunity to ask the second question.
Madam Speaker, in terms of who owns these licenses, I think I would be glad to come back to the House and give which ones are Zambians, but I'm very sure about ZCCMIH. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mapatizia.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Honor, for giving the people of Mapatizia to ask an important question to the Minister of Mines. Honorable Minister, sir, how often do you get reports on the happenings from these people who are given these exploration mines? Because in Mapatizia, we have got a lot of people doing the actual mining in the name of exploration licenses. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, each license has got, thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that question. Each license has got conditions, and there are requirements that quarterly reports are done when one obtains a license. And just to go further, Madam Speaker, if anybody's having an exploration license and they go into mining without the express authority of the Ministry of Mines, that license is due for cancellation. So that is the status, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mangoe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to find out from the Honorable Minister, Chisanga area of Gwembe district in Southern Province was one of the areas that were said to having discovered oil sometime back in 2017. Honorable Minister, of the areas that are perceived to have oil in Southern Province, is Chisanga one of them? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. I think that issue of Gwembe is something I came to the House to answer about. We are still trying to ascertain whether the news from the Gwembe exploration reports are actually correct. As it stands right now, we are still investigating that, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. The issue is very interesting, but the last question will come from the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa. Please, let's continue engaging the Honorable Minister for further clarification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Mines, for those answers. I just wanted to find out the issue of oil and gas is a very tricky issue. If you look at Mozambique, those are the issues they're grappling with, and I would like to find out, there's a likelihood that we can have that in Zambia, and what's the government roadmap to ensure that this resource is properly harnessed going forward. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa. As I said, Madam Speaker, that there is an interministerial discussion going on between ourselves and the Ministry of Energy and other ministries as to how we should approach, especially the belt around Mozambique, Zimbabwe, so that we do understand, Honorable Member, that the boundaries that were drawn cannot be a determinant as to where the extent of those discoveries have reached, meaning the borders may not be the determinant. So we know that maybe the belt that is, hosting these kind of discoveries in other countries could actually extend through to Zambia. So we are looking at that very seriously. And when that is done, I think a clear roadmap will be given and announced to the country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the next order, just to urge the honorable members of parliament to visit the tent outside. There is a desk fair that is ongoing. I know that most of the members of parliament have shortage of school desks in their respective schools. Please do visit if you didn't have an opportunity to visit the fair. These are local products made by our own local companies. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
order, honorable members. When business was interrupted yesterday, 9th November 2022, the Committee of Supply on the estimates of expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 presented to the National Assembly in September 2022 was considering Head 18, Judiciary, and Head 31, Ministry of Justice. And Mr. Mpundu, Member of Parliament for Chembe, was debating. May Mr. Mpundu continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Looking at Judiciary, in the policy statement that the Minister had said, he said they are going to do decentralization of this head, especially Judiciary, which is very good. But it should not end at provincial level. It needs to trickle down to the district level. Why do I say so? I'll cite an example.
Order, Mr. Mpundu, there's an indication for a point of order. What is your point of order?
It's a point of procedure, Madam Chairperson. During the submission of his policy statement yesterday, the Minister combines two heads, Judiciary and Ministry of Justice. These are two separate entities. In order to have a structured debate, Madam Chairperson, it's important that we separate the two. We debate one head first and then we go to the other one. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. What is his name again? Mr. Kasangwe. The practice has been that some heads have been combined. This is not the first time that this practice is occurring in this parliament. We even saw, even the heads under Ministry of Home Affairs, Zambia, Police Service, the members were confusing the heads. Otherwise, it's a practice that some of the heads are combined. And on top of that, each particular policy statement was given. When we say combined, it's not that it was one policy statement bearing the two heads. There was one policy statement for Judiciary. When he finished that, there was a policy statement for Ministry of Justice. So in that case, honorable members, the members are at liberty to debate whether they want to debate on Judiciary or Ministry of Justice. And this will give an equal opportunity to members of Parliament to debate, because we usually have the same members debating almost all the heads. But in this scenario, we are going to have different members debating. It will give us a wider coverage than having the same members debating Judiciary. The same members will come and debate Ministry of Justice. So with that explanation, we proceed. This has happened before, especially for the old members that have been in this Parliament. It's not a new thing that we are doing. It has happened before. So we'll continue. Mr. Mpundu, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And, I was saying that it is important, as much as we are talking of decentralization, this decentralization, many times that it has ended at provincial level, leaving district level impaired. It is in this vein that I was trying to cite an example of my constituency, Chembe constituency. People have to travel more than 100 kilometers to seek the services of the judiciary. This also endangers, on the other side, the performance of the stakeholders in the judiciary, who are the police, in ferrying the suspect to such institution. It's just prudent that the Honorable Minister should look into decentralization, not ending at provincial level, but move to district level like Chembe. And moreover, West is still, the police, they don't have even a vehicle, they need to hire a vehicle, and ferrying people who are facing charges of felony in nature, it's quite dangerous. In addition to that, we have the Attorney General's office. There are issues that have been forwarded to the Attorney General's office, which takes time for them to respond. The example I'll cite is like, there are certain contracts that need legal opinion, which have been there from time immemorial. And for example, maybe it could be a road, and then you decide to say, okay, let's do a bridge on this road as we await for other procedural aspects for the contractor to come back on site. When you seek legal opinion to the Attorney General's office, it takes a long time. A case in mind is in the same my constituency Chembe. We have certain crossing points which are on projects that we are running some time back. And the local authority has sought legal opinion from the Attorney General's office. But that legal opinion up to now, despite all the logistics are in place, but the officers cannot move awaiting for that legal opinion. These are areas that needs to be refined, the Honorable Minister, so that we move forward. I know the Attorney General's office needs to be capacitated in order to perform the duties diligently. If it's to put in more personnel, please do so, so that we don't have these hiccups in the dispensation of the development process. With those few words, Madam Chairperson, I rest my case and I support the budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kafwaya.
Yeah, Madam Chairperson, thank you so much for according me this opportunity to make some comments as I support the Honorable Minister of Finance proposal to allocate finances to the Ministry of Justice and the Judiciary. Madam Chairperson, I will take my first 8 minutes to discuss the Ministry of Justice and my second 8 minutes to discuss the Judiciary. Madam Chairperson, I am in full support of the budget allocated to the Ministry of Justice, because this ministry represents everything that should be good in our country, because this ministry is the ministry which promulgates the laws that we utilize in this country. This is a ministry which is an interface between the judiciary and the executive. So it's an important ministry, and to that effect, I support the allocation to it. Madam Chairperson, the Honorable Minister of Justice is a youthful minister, much like I was when I was one. And because of that, I wish him success. I want the Minister of Justice to succeed. I want the people of Zambia to look at his time in the ministry to have been one of those times when we had a youthful minister who did the right things. In encouraging him to succeed as he leads this very significant ministry, I would like to comment on some of the things I've observed which have cast the Ministry of Justice in very bad light in the recent past. Madam Chairperson, the Minister of Justice
recently attended a court session where the minister went to sit at the bar. When the minister is not the Attorney General, the minister is not an officer of court. Madam Chairperson, such conduct by the minister has really cast the Ministry of Justice and the minister himself in bad light. I would like to recommend to the Honorable Minister that the minister should not see himself as an officer of court, but
Order,
see himself...
Mr. Kafwaya. I think let's be focused to the budget.
Ministry, Madam, of
yes,
Justice.
the budget. We are looking at the budget
Yes.
for that ministry or department.
Point of order.
Because now the way we are heading or the way you are debating, you are trying to move away from the budget. The main focus is the budget, not the other things which are not related. If you want them to be related, please, can you tie them up to the budget?
Absolutely,
Madam. You may continue.
Madam Chairperson, when I was appointed minister, Dr. Simon Miti was the secretary to cabinet. It was his responsibility to ensure that I was trained in cabinet procedure. This is why this budget which we are passing for the Ministry of Justice must assist in capacitating officers of the ministry, including the minister, so that the minister does not appear in court as though he was an officer of court.
Point of order.
That, Madam Speaker, was erroneous. It must not happen.
Order,
It actually
Mr. Kafwaya.
erodes.
Order, order. There is an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, is the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lunte in order to make scurrilous imputation on the character of the Minister of Justice? Madam Speaker, it's public knowledge to note that the Minister of Justice is State Counsel, a lawyer of long-standing at the bar. There is no law which says the Minister of Justice cannot be in court. He has never represented anyone as Minister of Justice. Is in order to cast aspersions on the character of the Minister of Justice in his debate. Is in order?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I had guided. All these issues would not have risen if we stuck to the guide that I gave you. The member on the floor who is debating is actually out of order. But can we please make sure? No. Honorable Minister for Lands. The Honorable Minister of Lands will give me a chance to talk. Please, honorable members, let's avoid all these issues that are bringing us not to disagree. We are looking at the national budget, the budget which will be used for our country for next year. I had guided to say, can we just be focused to the budget? Let's look at the budget. Do we agree with the budget? What has been missing from the budget? How would we have wanted the budget to be? But now it's like we've started debating ourselves, bringing ourselves in the debate. Mr. Kafwaya,
Madam
can we
Chairperson.
please be focused to the budget?
Madam Chairperson.
With that guide, Mr. Kafwaya, please continue, but be focused. Let's concentrate on the budget.
Thank you so
You
much,
may
Madam
continue.
Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, allow me to distinguish Honorable Mulambo Aimbe from the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Government. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to indicate that I am speaking about the office of the Minister of Justice and not an individual. Madam Chairperson, let me Let me leave this issue just in case for my colleagues in the UPND it was okay for the minister to go and sit at the bar.
Order, Mr.
Madam
Kafwaya.
Chairperson.
Order, I think there is a difference here. When you say, can we have order? When you single out a minister,
yes,
we all know who that minister is. But if you say the ministry, it's very difficult to even say, to be accused that you are talking about this person. But the way you brought it out, you singled out to say the minister, and there is only one minister of justice, who we all know is Mr. Haimbe. So let's try to avoid, let's find better ways of debating instead of pulling people into your debate. You may continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. One other thing which I think it cast the Ministry of Justice in a very bad light, Madam Chairperson, is when the Minister of Justice addressed a press briefing, speaking on behalf of the President, that the President did not meet Miringolungu, and the President later on came and told us that actually he did meet Miringolungu. Madam Chairperson, this budget, the 2023 budget, I am proposing that a substantial amount of money should go towards capacity building in the Ministry of Justice. One other thing, Madam Chairperson, which I would like to indicate is that when bills come to this House and then they are sent back, it reflects badly on the Ministry of Justice. When bills come to this House and there's a series of amendments, it reflects badly on the Ministry of Justice. Minister of Justice, ensure that the bills which are promulgated via your ministry through cabinet or through publication and unto this House are good bills, where the honorable members who sit in various committees are able to say, this is a good bill, it is going to assist the nation, and it doesn't have to go back. And again there, I have to qualify why I think that process should be actually followed. Because these processes attract costs. They attract costs at cabinet level, they attract costs at the Ministry of Justice level, they attract costs even here at parliamentary procedure level. So in order to be prudent in the utilization of public resources, it is my proposal that the entire system that assists the ministry to promulgate these bills is actually capacitated to ensure that we receive quality bills that don't have to go back to the Ministry of Justice, back to Cabinet, and again back to the Assembly for the same committees to start deliberating on the same bills. Madam Chairperson, let me be more clear now that I want the Minister of Justice to succeed. That I want this minister to be looked upon as one of the best ministers of justice to have ever graced that very, very important office. Madam Speaker, as I finish my first 8 minutes, I wish to submit that I support the Minister of Finance proposal to allocate money to the Ministry of Justice. Let me now take my next 8 minutes as I debate the Judiciary. Madam Chairperson.
He has 1 minute more. You may continue.
Oh, well, I would just say that I would have wanted for the judiciary to get more money. I would have wanted for government to give more money to the judiciary so that those judges whose vehicles have not been bought can be bought, so that we ease the mobility of our judges who are having to contend with a lot of pressure from the public, from government, from everyone. So I really support the judiciary and I wish them well in 2023. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Tayengwa.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving the good people of Kawata to contribute to this head. Madam Chairperson, I want
to state categorically that the good people of Kawata do support this head, and that in supporting this head, especially I'll zero in on the issue of the judiciary, the issue of local courts. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, I think the local courts that we have, this institution in our country, if you go in many places of our country, these are courts that looks like they have been orphaned. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, if you look at the infrastructure that the judiciary has actually given to the local courts, these are infrastructures that you cannot even be pleased to look at, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I'm of the view that the money that has been allocated to the Ministry of, to the Judiciary, they should spend more time to look at how best they can improve these court infrastructure. Madam Chairperson, if you look at also the furniture that these local courts are using, it's a sorry sight. I think there is need that the Honorable Minister of Justice should take into consideration that the judiciary out there, especially the local courts, they are not being looked after carefully, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, the issue of record keeping in these local courts, it's something that we cannot even talk about. I think there is need that, Madam Chairperson, the judiciary it's high time that they introduced technology and computers so that some of these record keeping, they can be kept not manually but using technology. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, I can continue talking about issues of local court. I'll give you an example.
Order, honorable members. The voices are too loud. We can't even hear what the debater is saying on the floor of the House. Can we minimize the loud voices? There is an indication for a point of order. Mr. Mungandu, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, this sitting, particularly this exercise we are doing, is one of the key fundamental duties of a Member of Parliament. That is to play the oversight in terms of resource allocation in our country, scrutinizing the budget. Madam Chairperson, you have combined two heads. But surprisingly, you want to allocate at the same time, thereby disadvantaging us, backbenchers, your members, in scrutinizing these ministers, why they are allocating certain resources, by limiting the time. And the minister was given ample time. This is our time to actually, I am the one talking, Honorable. The minister was given double time. This should be our time to put to task those ministers to explain why they are allocating certain resources to certain sectors, why certain outputs, which previously probably received less resources, now they are receiving more resources, so that Zambians out there can appreciate the role of your members. I seek your ruling why you have reduced time when we are ready to make, for example, former Zanama Chairman Minister for Sports and Development to account. Madam Chairperson, I seek your serious ruling.
Mr. Mungandu, standing order number what?
It's procedural also the time allocation, Madam Chairperson, because the standing orders allocate time. We are compressing time to disadvantage members, and we are ready to put the Minister of Transport and Communication to explain why he is allocating certain resources, Madam Speaker, for the benefit of our people.
Mr. Mungandu, I think we are not making progress. Because the guide was given. We are not increasing the time for members to debate. We are increasing the number of members to debate, which comes to the same. For example, if a head, we are giving 6 people to debate. Instead of just restricting ourselves to 6 people, we have 12 people to discuss both heads. Does it make a difference? And like I mentioned, this is not the first practice. It has been done before. We are not introducing something new. It has happened before. So I see nothing wrong by combining the heads this time around in this sitting, in this parliament. Why should it be an issue? It has been done before. So let's not waste time. You are given an opportunity, even when it comes to the heads. There's no restriction. You are going to ask the minister on judiciary why the amounts are like that. Even on Ministry of Justice, you ask why the amounts are like that. So I don't see any difference here whatsoever. So without wasting much time, can we please continue? We want to hear as many members debate instead of these interjections. We want to have more than 10 people debating instead of 6. Can we continue? Who was the member debating? You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chairperson, like I was saying, Madam Chairperson, that the issues that are affecting the judiciary, especially at the local court level, there are things that we need to correct, Madam Chairperson. The issue of transportation is something that you can never even deny. Madam Speaker, if you look at the High Court and going up, Madam Speaker, they are well catered. They do have transportation. But when you go to these local courts, especially in far-flanked areas, Madam Speaker, you will not see not even one vehicle. Madam Chairperson, salaries also is another issue that is affecting the officers that are working in the judiciary, Madam Chairperson. At the local court level, you find that most of them, the salaries that they are getting, they are mega salaries. They are not even able to support their families. I would urge that, Madam Chairperson, the ministry should look into that issue and try and improve the salaries of the officers that are working at these local courts. Madam Chairperson, the issues of transfer, something again that we have noted that in the judiciary, especially at the local court level, you find some people that are transferred and never paid what you call settling allowance. You find that many people have been transferred and they stay for more than 3-4 years without receiving this settling allowance. I think it's a high time that the Minister of Justice also look at that issue. Madam Chairperson, the issue of upgrading people that are serving as officers of the court at the local court level. I think it's high time, Madam Chairperson, that also these people are upgraded. There are situations where we have seen that some of these officers, they have got qualifications, but the way the system works is that they have been denying an opportunity for those that have graduated and they have got the necessary qualifications to handle higher positions. Madam Chairperson, I believe that the Ministry of Justice should look at this issue and improve on how best they can help those officers who have managed to attain higher qualification, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I'll quickly dash to the issue of
order. Mr. Mkosa, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for according me this opportunity to rise on a point of order. Pursuant to Standing Order number 58, manner of speaking, that is number 4, which reads that a member shall not read a speech during debate but may make reference to the notes or quote from a document. Madam Chairperson, the member of Parliament who is speaking on the floor right now is reading against what the standing orders say. Is he in order to debate contrary to what the standing orders require us to do? I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Well, as he has mentioned, we are not supposed to read, but I'm sure he was referring to the notes, but maybe mind the way you are referring, maybe it looked like you were reading. So with that guide, please just avoid looking as if you are reading.
Madam Chairperson, I don't read when I'm debating. I just say the way things they come out, Madam Chairperson. I'll zero in on the issue of legal aid. Madam Chairperson, I think the Minister of Justice should consider also looking at the issue of constituting a board at the legal aid. There's no way you can have an institution that is like almost a UTH in the legal sector, which operates without a board. I think there is an opportunity for the Minister of Justice to consider actually appointing a board at the legal aid, service, legal aid. Madam Chairperson, also the other thing that I would also want to emphasize is the issue of employing many lawyers at the legal aid. Because most of the lawyers that are there, Madam Chairperson, you discover that there are only a few lawyers who are able to handle so many cases. So it's high time this budget also supported the issue of employing lawyers that can supplement the efforts of other lawyers that are working at the legal aid. Madam Chairperson, also the legal aid, if you look at the way they have been operating in terms of transportation, they have been struggling. I think it's high time, Madam Chairperson, that the Ministry of Justice took time to consider buying vehicles for the legal aid. Madam Chairperson, the issue of upgrading some of the staff that are working at the legal aid board, I think it's high time, because we have had two directors, the director and the deputy directors, who have been acting for more than 6 months. I think it's high time. It's either we confirm them or we replace them with other people that are qualified. Madam Chairperson, with these few remarks, I would want to say that the good people of Kawata do support this head, and I thank you.
Mr. Tembo.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, let me just say that we are happy as people of FERA to be given this opportunity to contribute to the 2023 budget on the Judiciary as well as the Ministry of Justice. Madam Chairperson, I just want to say that the Judiciary is a sanctuary where each one of us with issues, they could be social, political, economic, where we rush to. And indeed, it's my considered view that this is an important head that we have to discuss. Madam Chairperson, starting from the doctrine of separation of powers, in this country, we have separation of powers, one of which arm is the judiciary. Madam Chairperson, even as we allocate funds to this aspect or department of government, we need to ensure that the judiciary operates independently. No matter how much the temptation could be from the executive or anyone, let's ensure that the judiciary is allowed to operate independently. The judges must operate independently. Madam Chairperson, let me also address the issue of the Judicial Complaints Commission vis-a-vis dealing with judges and other judicial officers. I'm getting worried, Madam Chairperson, at the manner in which they are discharging their duties. Understandably, the members of the Judicial Complaints Commission are appointed by the President and approved by this House. And indeed, that was done. There were issues raised with regard to the independence of the Judicial Complaints Commission. And I'm of the view that we need to urge the government or the executive to ensure that we leave these institutions to operate independently, even as they discharge their duties to discipline or to oversee and superintend over judicial officers. Madam Chairperson, I'm also concerned with the area, as I talk about independence of the judiciary, on how other government wings are interpreting or are dealing with the issues coming from the courts. Once the courts have made judgments or rulings, there is no one and there's no provision anywhere where a court ruling can be disregarded. I think it's very important for this country. Like I said, the courts, that's a sanctuary where we run to. Once we mess up the courts or the judiciary, this is recipe for anarchy, as the colleague there is trying to murmur there. Now, for me, it's important that we have a judiciary which receives full confidence from the public. And indeed, this cannot come by merely making statements, but the conduct of us, the politicians, on how we relate to the courts. Let's respect the courts. Let's respect the judges at all levels. Indeed, I think I'm raising these issues with regard to the recent past, of all the judgments that have been made, the manner in which they've been made, and the respect thereof of these rulings. As we look at, the issue relating to Kabushi and the Kabwata. Yes, because it's the truth. The truth hurts. So, even with the greatest temptation or the appetite to interfere with the judiciary, let's restrain as politicians. It's not even, there's nothing we can gain from that, but it's important, in fact, for your own benefit. So it's my submission that respecting courts' decisions, no matter how much we disagree with them, is very important, and it adds value to the government or to the executive. Madam Chairperson, having said that, let me just generally look at the court system generally. There is need, and there need to build capacity in the courts, starting from the local courts. There's the need for infrastructure, building infrastructure, and well-trained judicial officers. As the 2016 Constitution provided that even in local courts, they must be improved to deal with various issues so that the higher courts can have less pressure. The subcourt, there's been progress, and that we must commend ourselves. The High Court needs more judges. One judge, to some extent, is holding or is handling about 200 cases. And I think that we need to build more courtrooms, more chambers for the judges, and employ more judges. Madam Chairperson, even as I conclude, let me also say that the proper functioning of the judiciary is very critical to the development of this country. And therefore, the Ministry of Justice, as the overriding ministry, must ensure that with its officers, they do the right thing. And since I still have time, Madam Chairperson, I also wish to add on say that it's important to decentralize certain officers from the Attorney General's offices up to district levels. From the National Prosecution Authority, the DPP's offices must also go to the district level where we have district attorneys so that there's proper administration of justice. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kangombe.
Madam Chairperson, I want to thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to make a few comments, and I'll restrict my submission today to the issue pertaining to the Legal Aid Board and the Legal Aid Fund, which I think is appearing under Ministry of Justice. Madam Chairperson, even as we debate these two heads together, I want each one of us to remember that we are here to allocate money towards heads that will impact positively on our people. One of the challenges that many Zambians face, and I think that it's quite common in all the 156 constituencies, Madam Chairperson, is the issue to do with access to justice. And one of the ways in which our Zambian citizens can get access to justice is if they have legal representation. Madam Chairperson, I've had an opportunity to seek legal assistance in various cases that I've had, political and whatever reasons, and I can confidently say that it is expensive in Zambia to actually hire a lawyer. It is extremely expensive, Madam Chairperson, for an ordinary citizen out there who has a grievance with any ministry or with any labor matter or any personal issue to actually get a lawyer. If I were to ask how many Zambians today can access legal services from a private legal firm, Madam Chairperson, it is practically impossible. What normally happens eventually is that we have Zambians who end up losing out on claiming things that they are entitled to. As I continue to debate, Madam Chairperson, I note that Honorable Minister for SME is making noise. As I continue to debate, I note that the Minister for Education is also here, and my quality of debate is being affected, Madam Chairperson, because now I'm curious to know what they are discussing as I debate. So, Madam Chairperson, should I continue debating?
Mr. Kangombe, you are debating through the chair, not through other people in the House. If you can just concentrate your debate through
Yes,
the
my
chair.
line of thought, Madam Chairperson.
Yes, just don't mind about the people in the House.
So-
Just concentrate on your debate.
So, Madam Chairperson, I wanted to emphasize a point that Zambians do not have the capacity to afford lawyers. There are too many Zambians, Madam Chairperson, who fail to hire a lawyer. Now, in this budget, we are allocating 52 million kwacha. The 52 million kwacha that we are allocating, Madam Chairperson, to an institution that is very critical. The institution we are discussing is the Legal Aid Board. The current 52 million that has been put in the 2023 budget, Madam Chairperson, is not adequate. And in most cases, when we stand to contribute to these heads, Madam Chairperson, our desire is that what we say is taken on board. What will happen over the next couple of years is that some of us will stop debating these heads when they come, because sometimes what we say is not considered. So here we are, Madam Chairperson. There's a serious observation by so many members that money towards certain sectors is not adequate. So here I'm suggesting, Madam Chairperson, that to allow Zambians to have access to legal representation, we need to empower the Legal Aid Board. And my proposal, Madam Chairperson, is that the 52 million kwacha that the Ministry of Finance has allocated to the Ministry of Justice towards the Legal Aid Board is not adequate. And I know very well that many of us who've had an opportunity to receive phone calls from our respective constituencies, we hear citizens complain that they can't go to court because they don't have the capacity to hire a lawyer. It is easy for all of us who are seated here to promise a lawyer I'll pay after I win the case, maybe because we have an income. But, Madam Chairperson, this institution called the Legal Aid Board is supposed to provide legal representation to the people in Kaputa, to the people in Kawompo, to the people in Kamfinsa, to the people in Shuangandu who cannot afford a lawyer. So when I look at 52 million kwacha, Madam Chairperson, and I'm looking at 116 districts where one worker has been fired and he wants to take the matter to court and he can't get a lawyer, I'm wondering what the 52 million will do. So I stand here, Madam Chairperson, appealing to both the Minister of Finance, appealing to the Minister of Justice, and I'm happy that our Honor the Vice President is here, that the money we have given, 52 million, to create institutional support, Madam Vice President, to an institution that is supposed to give legal representation to our young men and women and the elderly who can't afford a lawyer, Madam Vice President, is not enough. I'm speaking passionately about this matter because, Madam Chairperson, when I had an opportunity to serve as mayor of Kitwe, every day I would receive people coming to my office telling me we can't go to court because we can't afford a lawyer. When you refer them to the Legal Aid Board, Madam Chairperson, would be told they do not have enough lawyers to represent those people. I'm aware that each one of us here has probably received a phone call from the constituency asking that we need to be assisted with legal representation. And when I look at the legal fees for most of the lawyers that we have in Zambia, Madam Chairperson, our people can't afford legal representation. I want to appeal both to the left, to the right, that the 52 million we've put in the budget is not enough. And even before we approve this money, Madam Chairperson, I request that we adjust the figure, we give them a little bit more money so that all these offices for the Legal Aid Board could have adequate lawyers,
could have adequate infrastructure, could have the vehicles to go out there and confirm that indeed in Mumbwa there's this issue that needs legal representation. Yes, you can say question, but I know very well that your people need legal representation. And I know you can afford a lawyer, but our people out there can't afford a lawyer. So, Madam Chairperson, as I debate the provision to the Ministry of Justice, as I support the allocation, I request that we adjust the figure specifically for the Legal Aid Board so that we can give them more lawyers, we can give them more transport, and we can give them more infrastructure to be able to represent our people. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Chitotela.
I thank you, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity for me to debate the Minister of Justice and the Judiciary. Madam Chairperson, the Judiciary, as the Member of Parliament for Sinda stated, must be treated as a sanctuary where all of us must treat it with the sacredness that it deserves. Madam Chairperson, for any institution to function, must be incapacitated in terms of resources. I was looking, must be capacitated with a lot of resources. Must be capacitated with a lot of resources. Madam Chairperson, I was trying to check and doing a comparison analysis. The police service, which is there to maintain law and the law and order, has been given in excess of 2 billion kwacha. The Ministry of Justice, that is to deal with administration and the political system, has been given in excess of the 800,000 kwacha, the million kwacha. The judiciary that is supposed to be independent and function properly, that is supposed to be the custodian of the interpretation and the maintenance of justice in Zambia, has just been given a partially 750 million kwacha. Obviously, this is a statement that if you want to control, keep money to yourself, because when you have the money, you'll be able to control. How do we expect the judiciary in Zambia to be independent if the allocation that is given to them is lesser than the money given to the administration and the political system in the Ministry of Justice? Surely, we need to capacitate the judiciary so that they can truly be independent. They can be able to function without the interference of the executive. But if we don't give them enough resources, how can they function? We are talking about judges who have got accrued benefit. Some of them, they are supposed to be given vehicles. Up to today, they have not been given vehicles. How do you expect them to function? Let's look at the condition of service for magistrates, for lower courts. You cannot talk about them. How can they improve the condition of service for the lower courts, including buying vehicles for the judges that are deserving, if the resources that we allocate to them cannot make them to be sustainable and functioning independently? So I want to call upon the members of parliament that as we go to individual heads, let's check where we can move resources so that we can give more money to the judiciary so that they can be able to function independently. Otherwise, it will be a mockery of justice. If we cannot finance them, if you cannot give them enough resources. And this, Madam Speaker, reminds me of the political commented, the comments that has been going on. Each time there's a ruling, there's a judgment that may not favor you. We've heard the political comments that are deliberately to undermine the integrity of the judiciary in Zambia. Judiciary must be treated with sacredness that it deserves, because all of us, we run there. Today, you may think you are above the law. Tomorrow, you may need the same men and women that we are under budgeting for. And I must state, Minister for Youth and Sport, you force us to move the motion of censure and censure. You are a minister, you must behave above the mentality of Tsokone market.
Order, Mr. Chitotela. Honorable members, can we please take this session very serious? We are looking at something that is very big for this nation. Therefore, when somebody is debating, let's give him or her room to debate, so that even the people who are listening to the debates are able to get the message from the debates. Mr. Chitotela, you may continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for your protection. The Minister of Justice, I want now to come to the ministry responsible for justice. Look at certain political activities that had happened at the magistrate complex. Those men and women cannot defend themselves, cannot stand up and speak for themselves. You need to strongly warn the political interference. Some political members may not be happy with the conduct of some certain members of the public, but when they are within the precinct of court, that sacredness, that sovereignty must be able to protect every citizen. We must be able to speak to our the political cadres, not to interfere in the operations of the judicial. We must be able to make this is in reference with what happened at the magistrate complex when the former member of parliament for Kabushi and the member for the Patriotic Front Nakachinda were appearing. The happenings are there for anyone to see. There has been judgments that have been passed, which has been received a lot of condemnation from the political groupings. Those men and women within the judiciary cannot stand up and defend themselves. So it is incumbent upon us to defend them, to protect them, and to give them the latitude that they deserve for them to function with that independent mind. That is what we are calling for. And we want Minister to also implore you that as you come up with registration, this life has taught us, we've learned a lot of lessons. Legislation that are crafted to target individuals, certain groupings of a certain class. What is permanent? I remember the Minister of Local Government standing here said what is permanent is change, and change is very inevitable. And one lesson I learned from my father, he told me, when you enter, the next time is to go out. No matter how much you may want to stay, you will go out. And usually, so you have a chance, Minister, to come up with the registration that will stand the test of time, registration that even when you'll be out of that office, you will look back and you'll be proud to say, this is what I did. This was my contribution by the time I was in charge of the ministry responsible for justice. But if we want to do the political bills, the political registration that seems to favor individual interest, when you go, you look back and say, but why did I do that? Why did I do that? So this is a time caution to you, Minister. As you stand up, justice must be seen to be done, not just to be heard, to be done. And the law must be there to protect every citizen. The courts are there to defend and protect the rights of every citizen. With these submissions, Madam Chairperson, I support the two heads. Thank you.
Thank you. We have to make progress. I'll allow one more member, Mr. Kampiongo, followed by the Minister of Home Affairs, and the Minister of Justice will wind up.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for permitting me chance to debate this 18, which is the judiciary. Indeed, Madam Speaker, we appreciate that we have got time constraints, but it's prudent that when we deal with these pertinent matters, we are given enough time. I'll focus on the judiciary, Madam Speaker. And I'm saying this because the judiciary, as you know, is an arm of government, standalone, while Minister of Justice is part of the executive. And so we have always debated these heads differently. We shall do with the guidance that you have given. Madam Speaker, the mandate of the judiciary is simply to hear civil and criminal matters and matters related to and in respect to the Constitution. The amounts that have been assigned to some of the expenditure areas, of course, could have been better. I'll take the allocation to infrastructure, for example, where the minister has allocated about 50 million from what was approved last year of about 49. Madam Speaker, infrastructure development under the judiciary is very critical, because as we speak now, there are courts that are not permanent. Under our administration, we had the Constitutional Court created, the Court of Appeal, and now the New Dawn administration has added what they are now calling Financial Crimes Court. So these require infrastructure, accommodation. The doctrine of separation of powers also goes with what you provide for these institutions. And I must commend the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs for implementing what we left in place after we had put that infrastructure where he is, his headquarters, by accommodating some courts. You can question, this is what ignorance does. But what we are telling you is something that is verifiable, which is on the ground. So,
Order,
Honorable Minister,
Honorable members, order so that we make progress.
Honorable Minister, through the chair, I commend you for accommodating the judiciary because they desperately need space to operate from. Yeah. So this allocation of 50 million is not enough because we are talking about rehabilitation and we are talking of building new infrastructure. You have decentralized the operations of the High Court into the provinces. Where are they operating from? I do recall again, like Mchinga, it had to take the infrastructure we have left there for the police to accommodate some courts. And that's not desirable. So it's important that we start allocating funds that will help us deal with this issue of infrastructure. Emoluments. Madam Speaker, yes, I can see that they've allocated 496 million to emoluments. This just also speaks to the new created courts. So manpower. What is the welfare of these people that are adjudicators? Because, Madam Speaker, the way you remunerate these adjudicators also affects the quality of justice that is dispensed. So it's important that the cost of living is escalating and these men and women at the bench require to be looked after. So this allocation for me could have been better, Honorable Minister of Justice. We have seen you allocating 5.5 million to transfers. In as much as you are allocating these funds, you should also be mindful that you have made pronouncements that as you are transferring these public servants, they must not be separated from families. We know of adjudicators who have been transferred, being separated from families. So this matter should be looked into, Madam Speaker. I also want to appeal to the Honorable Minister that whilst
Order. There's an indication for a point of order. Honorable member, I have to announce that this is the last point of order because we are not progressing. We are behind schedule. Mr. Bichero, what is your point of order?
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I'm seated here comfortably listening to the debater, the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, the former Minister of Home Affairs, now the opposition Chief Whip. When in his debate, Madam, he's saying that the building which the Minister of Home Affairs is occupying, that he is the one who built it, that we left that building for him, and even is it in Wapula or Central Province there where he said that we built the houses which we left. Madam Speaker, I think let me now educate the honorable members of Parliament. The Standing Order 65, that is misleading the entire country. That when we were here in Parliament, and I was here from 2016, Madam, it's ourselves here, we members of Parliament, who approved the budget, the money which was allocated, which built those offices, and we were part and parcel of the system. And I'm wondering why he is singling out himself and telling the Minister of Home Affairs. Is he in order that Home Affairs was also not part of the people who approved the budget which built that house which the minister is occupying? Thank you so much.
Mr. Michero has actually debated his point of order. Because he even said, let me educate the member. You have debated, you've answered, you've debated your point of order. Let's make progress.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Except I don't know who should educate who, because I need to orient him on what it takes to be appointed to the front bench, because he might not reach there. So you learn from us who have been through that. Maybe you might be lucky one day. Madam Speaker,
Order. Let's give him chance to conclude.
Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members.
The record is still there, my friend. So you need to learn.
Let's be focused
Madam
to
Speaker,
the
Madam Chairperson, the issues I'm debating are very serious, and I'm not trivializing, and I can bring myself in a debate. I was saying the previous government, we don't sing praises for ourselves like the manner is saying. So when I'm debating, let him follow and understand what I'm saying, other than just getting the wind from my debate. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, I want to say this, that the introduction of these layers of courts was for a purpose. The Constitutional Court to interpret, to adjudicate on matters that are related to the Constitution. And then we have got the Court of Appeals. Honorable Minister of Justice, we need to have confidence in these courts. When courts start operating in the manner that undermines each other through the decisions that are made, it becomes a challenge for the members of the public. The role of the Court of Appeal must be very clear, and as we appropriate funds to that court, its role should not be compromised, just as we appropriate resources to the higher courts. So let's not create what would seem as if there is organized confusion amongst these layers of courts that have been created. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, again, the minister has allocated about 583 million to what is calling Adjudication Services Program. And this is for both non-constitutional and constitutional adjudication. Again, the resources don't seem adequate. Honorable Minister, you need to ensure that you fund these programs, because these programs are very critical for the citizens of this country. I want to end by echoing what my colleague spoke about, Honorable Mutoto Kafaya, again, something bordering on the doctrine of separation of powers. Indeed, institutions must be respected for what they are. You, Minister of Justice, have got the responsibility to protect the people in the judiciary. Because as you know, when they are bombarded by the public, they can't speak for themselves. So you must play that role of ensuring that the environment is created for these people to dispense justice without looking on their shoulders, without fear or favor. Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the vote for the Ministry of Justice and that of the Judiciary. As I support the motion, Madam Speaker, I have noted with interest that today I'm being reminded of the story of Saul in the Bible, who eventually became Paul. I've heard confessions on the floor of this house. Confessions which has made me think that my colleagues are now born again. Madam Speaker, all of us are alive to the happenings during the reign of the PF. Ourselves, on your right, are still not happy of the happenings that occurred during their reign, when our president was being invited to go to court. There was a lot of brutality. There was a lot of pain that was inflicted. So as you remind us with what is happening now, please, can you confess your sins pertaining what you had done in the past?
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, please let's be focused to the budget. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I'm responding to the issues that were raised. It was said by Honorable Chitotela and others that we should not allow brutality at courts. We should not allow incidences that undermine courts. I'm just responding. And I'm agreeing with them that such things should not happen. But I'm reminding them of the atrocities they committed under their reign. Under their reign, Madam Speaker, we lost lives. Prosecutors were killed under their reign. We have not forgotten. Madam Speaker, we are also being reminded. We are being reminded that we should not interfere in the judiciary. I want to state that we have never interfered. We are being told and being lambasted that we are going to Kabushi to campaign and Kwacha when we knew we should have known the ruling of the courts. Ourselves, Madam Chairperson, we don't sit with the courts to know what the rulings of court would be. We wait for the courts to make a pronouncement. And once a pronouncement is made, we adhere to the pronouncement and the rulings of court. That is independence of the judiciary. We will not go to the courts to find out what the ruling will be. We will not do that, because we believe in the independence of the judiciary. Madam Chairperson, ourselves as UPND and the government in power, we have never interfered and we have cherished the independence of the judiciary. We were reminded of the issues pertaining to Kabushi. We never disobeyed the rulings. Where we were aggrieved and were not happy, we had to appeal in accordance with the laws of this country. That is what any law-abiding citizen or institution has to do. We did not ignore the rulings. The same courts where our friends were going, we went, we challenged, we won, and we were told 21 days. If the 21 days has expired, you cannot go further. Like they celebrated over the 14 days, you celebrate over the 21 days. That's what we did. We have never interfered. We have no intention. My colleague, the Minister of Justice, has never interfered. He has abided. As a citizen of this country,
Sorry for that. Mr. Mngandu, I had ruled that we are not going to have points of order because we are not making progress. We had given you an opportunity. In fact, this time around, we had a lot of debaters from the left than from the right. So really, I don't know why we should again go backwards and look at the points of order which are going to derail us. We won't move. We won't make progress. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, if possible, please, can we stick to the budget?
Madam Chairperson, our responsibility as the front bench is to respond to the issues that were raised by them. And that is what I'm doing, Madam Speaker, with your permission. Madam Speaker, there was an imputation that was made on my colleague, the Minister of Justice, that he went to court to attend to court matters. He has never attended or presided over any matter in court. He has never represented himself, any person, once he became a minister. But there's no law that says the Minister of Justice cannot sit in the gallery. Can I remind you, when we were having court cases against your government, you used to send ministers, you used to send private secretaries of the president to come to court. We never complained, and we never saw an issue with that. So the Minister of Justice, if he went to court to sit in the public gallery, he was in his rights. After all, State Council, he was in his right. So, Madam Chairperson, I want to state once again that this government will never interfere in the affairs of the judiciary. If we are aggrieved as government, we go to court like any other person, like any other institution, as per the laws that are prescribed by this country. And that's what we're doing. Further, Madam Speaker, I want to state, it was stated here, that the government of the day is not looking after the judiciary because we have not increased the budget more than that of the police. Madam Chairperson, the tradition and the custom has always been that the police budget has always been higher because of various security issues they deal with. We have never had a budget that is higher of the judiciary that is higher than that of the police, as alleged by Honorable Chitotela. It has never happened. So there is nothing sinister that we have done. We can go to the Hansards and look at the past yellow books. You will find that the budget of the police has always been higher for various reasons. So it's not strange. It's not because we want to suppress the rights of the judiciary. The answer is no. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Justice wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Let me begin by thanking the honorable members that contributed to the debate on the two heads, Judiciary and Ministry of Justice. Very quickly, Honorable Mkosa, Honorable Chatila, Honorable Mpundu, Honorable Kafwaya, Honorable Taengwa, Honorable Tembo, Kangombe, Chitotela, Kampiongo, and Honorable Mwimbu. I thank you all for your debates and for the contributions that you have made. Madam Chairperson, I would like to first point out that a number of the issues that have been raised by the honorable members aforementioned hinge on administrative matters that have to do with the functioning of the two institutions under consideration. And those, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, are outside of the purview of what we are doing here today, which is considering the votes that have been put forward. In that regard, I'll make certain general responses to some of those, but will not respond to others as they are outside, as I said earlier, of the purpose of today's exercise. Madam Chairperson, also I would like to point out generally that the debate has hinged where substantive and objective on a couple of matters relating to the level of provision that has been made for the two institutions. Generally, there has been a submission that the amounts allocated are insufficient. And Madam Speaker, indeed, that only goes to show that there is need for an increase as we go forward. However, we must all be alive to the fact that the budget is based on available resources. So much as we would agree in general that there is need for an increase across the board, that has to be within realistically achievable outcomes. So I thank those honorable members who have suggested an increase, but let us also realize that we must work within what is available. Madam Speaker, speaking specifically to some of the matters that have been raised as are relevant, there was a question about accommodation for the judiciary in general. This was raised by more than one member of parliament. The simple response to that, Madam Chairperson, is that the honorable members will note that there has been a substantial increase in the allocation for infrastructural work. And the idea behind this is to ensure that progressively the infrastructure for the judiciary, especially at the lower level of the adjudication, is increased. To that end, there is a plan by the judiciary to ensure that in the 2023, in the period 2023, at least 33 courts are rehabilitated and or worked upon. And you will note, in fact, that there has been an increase from the previous budget allocation. In short, this is something that has been considered in the budget and will continue to be looked into. Madam Speaker, just as a by the way, Honorable Mkosa referred to the thresholds under the legislation that for the lower courts, I think that was the local court, and also other matters related to administrative issues. I'd like to just assure the honorable member that the Zambia Law Development Commission is already looking into matters relating to the issues you raised, and we will attend to those when dealing with a substantive piece of legislation and amendments to that effect. Honorable Jatila spoke about the issue of transfers between presiding magistrates from court to court, from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. The honorable member will note that, in fact, Treasury Authority was given to increase the number of staff in the judiciary, including the adjudication staff. And that is why you see an allocation of 51.6 million under head 4199, so as to address some of these challenges that you have spoken of. Indeed, as we increase the capacity of our adjudicators by increasing the numbers, then you equally see a decrease in some of these delays that you have spoken of. So thank you very much for raising that issue. Honorable Mpundu raised a number of issues which are very pertinent, including the issue of transportation and devolving of the judiciary to districts. I think Honorable Mpundu might want to know that the subordinate court is in fact present at district level. Of course, not all districts, and there is a plan to increase the presence of the subordinate court and, of course, local courts across districts. With regard to the issue of vehicles, the honorable member will note that for the first time in 2022 budget, the judiciary was able to acquire 49 vehicles for use at subordinate court level. Therefore, you can see that your government, the New Dawn government, is a working government in that regard. But it also underscores, honorable member, the need for this particular budget to be supported, because you will note that there is a general increase in the allocation to the judiciary in an attempt to ensure its efficiency is increased and enhanced. Honorable Kafwa raises very interesting submissions in his debate. I think perhaps the honorable member, in submitting as he did, was thinking about the Minister of Justice that is not a legal practitioner, as was the case in the past. Such a Minister of Justice has got certain limitations as to what they can and cannot do. The honorable member might want to know that the Ministry of Justice, in fact, pays for practicing certificates for all lawyers that are employed by it, including the Minister of Justice holds the current practicing certificate. The import of this is that a holder of a practicing certificate is free to attend court. As the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, however, pointed out, in the particular instance that the honorable member was referring to, this Minister of Justice was executing his duty of being a custodian of public interest. How else can you observe and ensure that public interest is being looked into other than being first-hand in court without interfering in the proceedings and simply observing from a neutral perspective? So, the honorable member is perhaps advised not to read into simple matters of governance and assume that something of an untoward nature is being done. I'll move on very quickly, honorable members of the House. There was a submission from Honorable Kangombe regarding the Legal Aid Board. I agree entirely that the Legal Aid is a critical institution in the criminal and civil justice process. The honorable member might want to note that we are progressively, as New Dawn government, increasing the amount that's available. In 2021 budget, there was only 27 million kwacha that was made available to the Legal Aid Board. As we speak now, that amount has been increased progressively, where we now stand at almost double, at 52 million. So whilst the amount might not necessarily be adequate to meet all the needs, we have made a very marked improvement, and I believe that we ought to be commended in that regard. Honorable Chitotela spoke about comparing the two budgets, police, Ministry of Justice, Judiciary, the three. I can only say that there is an English idiom that refers to not comparing apples and pears. I think it is apt in this particular instance. Also, there was a very speculative debate in that regard that perhaps the pieces of legislation that are being passed under the New Dawn dispensation are not to be they don't bring pride to the executive arm of government. I would like to say to the contrary, that in fact, the legislation that has been passed under our care is very progressive. Talk about the Children's Code Bill, which it took from 2011 to date before it could be enacted. Our colleagues were unable to do so. Talk about public debt management. We are very proud of these progressive bills, and we are happy that they passed the test of what the people of Zambia would like. Honorable Kampiongo spoke about courts undermining each other. I think it is important, Chairperson, for us to allay some of these misrepresentations. The courts in Zambia are hierarchical in nature, meaning there can never be a conflict between what a lower court says and what a superior court says. So the public should not be misled by this sort of debate. I agree with Honorable Mwimbo on all the points that he raised. All in all, Madam Speaker, I submit that those honorable members of this House do support Heads 18 and 31, Judiciary and Ministry of Justice, for the progressive provisions that have been put in there so as to ensure effectiveness of the two institutions. I thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with Head 18, Judiciary. Head total, 738,945,717 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? I put the question. I put the question. The question is that Head 18, Judiciary, head total 738,945,717 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 18, Judiciary, head total 738,945,717 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We move to head 31. Head 31, Ministry of Justice, head total 851,754,855 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? Mr. Kangombe.
I thank you once again, Madam Chairperson. Page 362, Head 31, Ministry of Justice, Program 4166, under Transfers 0103 and 14. Legal Aid Board, you've allocated 50 million kwacha. I want to find out, Madam Chairperson, how many new lawyers will be recruited under this budget and which areas are they going to be assigned to? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member, thank you for your question, has indicated that he wishes to know the number of lawyers that will be employed. My answer, Madam Speaker, the Legal Aid Board has, in the 2022 budget, opened 5 new offices, and the intention is that more will be opened. The exact number of advocates that will be employed is going to be commensurate to the number of offices that are present. So as we devolve, the number will increase within the budget allocation of 50 million. I thank you.
Mr. Mukosa.
Honorable Minister, I would like to take you to page 357, Table 2, that is budget allocation by program. The program code is 4165. Legal Services, I would like you to enlighten us.
Order, Mr. Mukosa. As the time is 1640 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for healthy break.
Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Business has been suspended for 20 minutes, and at the time business was suspended, the House was considering Head 31, Ministry of Justice, and the Member of Parliament for Chinsali was about just to ask a follow-up question, seeking clarity from the Minister of Justice on the allocation regarding his ministry. So when business resumes, we'll continue posing that question and the Minister will be able to respond. Pauline.
Yes, and the House has considered Head 18, which is the Judiciary. This has already been considered, and the total amount of 738,945,717 kwacha has ordered to stand part of the estimates for the 2023. Of course, details will still be coming in later as the House continues debating the different heads that are on today's order paper. And for now, we go on a break.
The Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2022, and the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022, were presented for the first reading in Parliament on Friday, 22nd October 2022, and were consequently referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance. The main object of the bills is to replace the penalty of death with life imprisonment and repeal the penalty of defamation of the President. In view of the fact that the proposed amendments generate matters of public interest, members of the public, civil society organizations, and faith-based organizations are being invited to give written and oral submissions on the bills to the committee, which is scheduled to sit from 14th to 23rd November 2022 at Parliament buildings. For further details, please contact the National Assembly of Zambia on 0211 2924 25 to 36 or email info@parliament.gov.zm.
My name's Marjorie Nakaponda. I was born in 1963. In a family, we are 8. 4 girls, 4 boys. I'm the firstborn. I started my grade 1 in 1971 at Chiwanda Primary School in Isoka. In 1978, I went at Ritikila Girls Secondary School. We were the 12 of us who applied at Ritikila Girls Secondary School, but only 2 of us went because we are the ones who had the high marks. I completed my secondary school in 1982, from 1978 to 1982. After completion, I started working at Nambodi as a cashier. I worked for 4 years, from 1984 to 1988. We were declared redundant. That time, I was already married to Mr. Kashinka, my husband, and I had 2 children, a boy and a girl. In 1988, I went for nursing school. I applied as a nurse at Chilonga School of Nursing and I was accepted. I completed the nursing in 1990. 1991, I started work at Isoka General Hospital. I worked there for 10 years, for 7 years. We were transferred from Isoka to Chinsali. When I went to Chinsali, I continued as a nurse. After some time, I applied for unpaid leave and started something that I wanted to do. In 1912, I was appointed as a diplomat by His Excellency, the late Michael Chirufya-Sata, in 2012. May his soul rest in peace. I went to Belgium as a diplomat. I worked in Belgium as a diplomat for 4 years. Then I requested for a transfer. I went to Malawi as Deputy High Commission from 2015 to 2017. After that, I went back to Chinsali. I've done a degree in Human Resource Management and a diploma in Public Administration. In 2020, I applied to contest as a member of parliament for Isoka. Fortunately, I was adopted. And I started my campaigns. On 12th August 2021, I was elected as a member of parliament. I am proud to tell you that I'm the first female MP in Isoka constituency since 1964. Isoka constituency is a constituency, it's a district which has one constituency, Isoka constituency. It borders with Nakonde, Mafinga, Chama, and Chinsali. Isoka was the one who gave birth to Nakonde and Mafinga. It has 14 wards. We also borders with Tanzania and Malawi. My development agenda, I am born as a leader. When I was adopted, I started campaigning until I won, because leadership is in my blood. And when I became a member of parliament, I started working together with my people and also my two chiefs. One is His Royal Highness Chief Katete. The other one is His Royal Highness Chief Kafwimbi. And also the headmen. We started working together. And also what I have been talking, and I'm still talking, is to make sure that we work together. I have embraced everyone in my constituency despite their party affiliation. It be UPND, DP, PF, MMD, NDC. I've told them that let's work together. Politics are overdue. This time it's time for developing our Isoka. No one is going to develop Isoka. It's only us, the people of Isoka, who are going to develop it. And when I became a member of parliament, I found about 55 unfinished projects. Then we start as a committee. There was CDF for 2021. So we thought that we get at least those projects which were 100,000 and below. And we managed to get 16 projects which were finished. Otherwise, Isoka is now speeding up with the works. And also, for the projects, we have identified about 30-something projects. We even advertised. The applicants came along. I, as a member of parliament for Isoka, have told my people in Isoka that only contractors of Isoka should apply. They should be the one to be given those projects, because that money is for Isoka. Only Isoka people should benefit for that CDF, because CDF has been given to all the constituencies in Zambia, 156. I'm not going to allow anyone from any constituency to come and benefit from my constituency. I have my people. I have very good contractors in Isoka, and those people should benefit. That money should remain for Isoka so that Isoka can develop. My last word to the people is, my people, let's work together as a family. When we work together as a family, we are going to take Isoka forward. And I'm also encouraging my youth to make sure that they involve themselves in businesses, and they should also go to school, because we've been given free education. We've been given money for them to go to school to do their skills at the trades. We have a trade in Isoka. Young children should go to that trade. And also bursaries. We have also given students bursaries. They should go to school. They should make sure that they involve themselves to make sure that they become educated. Because once you are educated, everything will be okay. Especially our girl children. When you educate a girl child, you educate the whole nation. So I'm urging you, my people in Isoka, that please, let's put politics aside. Time for politicking has already gone. This is time to develop Isoka. No one will come and develop Isoka. It is only us, the people of Isoka, who are going to develop Isoka.
Honorable Engineer Rafa Mabenga, Member of Parliament for Mwabezi. I'm 68 years old. I'm married, got 7 children. Started school at Sejamba Primary School. From there I went to Bwina. From Bwina I went to Sesheke Secondary School. After Sesheke Secondary School I went to Copperbelt, which is called now Copperbelt University, to do engineering. From there I was sponsored by the British Council to go to UK to continue with the studies up to master's degrees. There, when I finished, I worked for Ndola City Council for 12 years. I rose up to assistant city engineer. From Ndola, I went to Botswana. I worked for the Botswana government as an advisor there, and I rose up to the position of principal roads engineer. I was involved in training and the building of roads. I worked there for 8 years. From there I came back to Zambia to set up the road sector. When the road sector reform started, that is involved the road development agents, road transport and safety agents, National Council for Construction, and National Road Fund agents. National Road Fund agents, I was the pioneer chief executive officer. I worked there for 8 years up to 2010. From there, I went to Uganda to work as an advisor to the government there in the road sector. From Uganda, I worked in Malawi to actualize the Decentralization Act. Thereafter, I did some consultants again in Eswatini. From there, I came back to continue to do my own construction work, which I've been doing up to now. Thereafter, I became an MP in 2021 for Mwabezi constituency. My Mwabezi constituency is a very vast area. It has got 9 wards, sparsely populated, and it requires to be split into 2 constituencies. Too big. It has got minerals, it has got tourism potential, but because there are no roads, so investors are reluctant to go there. It's not accessible. Surrounded by Mwandi, Sesheke, Senanga, Wampa, Tombola. Those are the areas surrounding Mwabezi. It's a vast area. The developmental agenda is to ensure that Mwabezi we have a good road network. We have Simungoma, Wampa, Kasempa Road, which I want that road to be tarred. So once we open up once we have a road, then we shall start seeing development. Also want to ensure that the feeder roads are also opened up. Also want to ensure that the train, the only means of transport which is very reliable and cheap, Mulawezi train, I would like to see that Mulawezi tracks are upgraded or revamped. Want this Mulawezi train to move from Mulawezi to, it must continue all the way to Namibia. That's my vision. And also I'd like to see that we are working together to develop Mulawezi with my people. My last words of people of Mulawezi that we should work together. The time for politicking is gone. We are now developing our country, developing our constituency. We need to work together. The money is there for CDF, the money is there under ECC. Now it's up to us to work together and ensure that that poverty which we had must come to an end. People must apply for that money. We have got grants, we have got loans, so that we nap the poverty in the bud. So that's my last word to Mulawezi, that we should work together and develop the country. Time for politicking is gone.
The Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2022, and the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022, were presented for the first reading in Parliament on Friday, 22nd October 2022, and were consequently referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance. The main object of the bills is to replace the penalty of death with life imprisonment and repeal the penalty of defamation of the President. In view of the fact that the proposed amendments generate matters of public interest, members of the public, civil society organizations, and faith-based organizations are being invited to give written and oral submissions on the bills to the committee, which is scheduled to sit from 14th to 23rd November 2022 at Parliament buildings. For further details, please contact the National Assembly of Zambia on 0211 292425 to 36 or email info@parliament.gov.zm. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The House is still on the 20 minutes health break, and shortly business resumes. At the time business was interrupted, the House was considering Head 31, Ministry of Justice. If you do remember very well, these two heads, 18, which is Judiciary, and Head 31, Ministry of Justice, were consolidated, and the Member of Parliament for Chinsali was just about to pose a follow-up question to the Minister of Justice.
And still to come, we have Head 84, Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, and also Head 30, Zambia Correctional Services, as well, Zambia Correctional Service, I beg your pardon, and Head 23, the National Immigration Services, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security. And the House has also considered one question which was on the order paper for today. It's a question for oral answer, question number 89. And this was posed by Mufumbwe, Member of Parliament.
For now, we'll cross back to the floor of the House for the resumption of business. Remember, the House has resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure.
Madam Chairperson.
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head number 31, Minister of Justice, and Mr. Mukosa, Member of Parliament for Chinsali, was asking a follow-up question. May Mr. Mukosa continue?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. At the time we broke off for tea, I drew the minister to page 357, table 2, budget allocation by program. Minister, program code 4165, legal services, I've noticed that there is an increase from 2022 to 2023, representing a percentage of 36%. Then also 4199, management and support services, there is an increase in the allocation, representing...
Honorable members, there is some, too many loud voices disturbing the honorable member on the floor. Can we have order in the house so that we make progress? Mr. Mkosa, please continue.
Thank you, Madam. I was on 4199, which is management and support services. There is an increase in allocation from 2022 to 2023 of about 113%. Honorable Minister, would you enlighten us as to what has necessitated these two increases in the allocations? Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for those questions. Program number 4165, Legal Services. The allocation will facilitate implementation of activities contributing to promotion of a responsive legal framework through drafting legislation, promoting adherence and observance of domestic and international law agreements, administering estates, providing legal representation, prosecutorial and advisory services, providing legal education, and investigating allegations of misconduct against judicial officers. The allocation also caters for payments under the compensation fund, which is where you see a big increase. More funds have been allocated to the compensation fund from 300 million kwacha in 2022 to 500 million kwacha in 2023. The Honourable Member might wish to note that the reason for increasing the allocation to the compensation fund is because of a historical debt which we found.
Honourable members on my right, we are being disturbed by the loud voices that are, we need to make progress. We are allowed to consult, but in low voices, so that the business is not disturbed. The Honourable Minister may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I was saying this increase is necessary because we have a historic debt which we found and inherited, and there is a responsible government. We have to effectively dismantle it. This debt, you may wish to know, and the people of Zambia might also wish to know, that it stands at 4.3 billion kwacha from previous governments. And it is us now that are resolving it, hence seeing that jump in the budget allocation. Head number 4199, the allocation is meant to cater for administrative costs, for support functions such as transport and logistics. But more to the point, you will recall that in my statement, Honourable Member, I referred to the devolution of the Attorney General's chambers. And so this amount predominantly will address the administrative requirements, that is, engaging of additional staff and equipment to support those offices. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Mungandu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page number 356. Table 1, budget allocation by economic classification. Item number 21, personal emoluments. 2021, 31 million. 2022, 35 million. 2023, 46 million. There is an increment of about 5.8 somewhere around million. Looking at this increment, Madam
Chairperson, I want to find out why is it so minimal considering that the cost of goods and services in our country has really gone up. Fuel has gone up. Do you have any plans to increase salaries for our staff in the Ministry of Justice? If yes, why this minimal increment? Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
The Minister of Justice.
Thank you to the honorable member for that question. I would like to give a little bit of a historic background as well to this. As you have quite rightly noted, this program head is for personal emoluments, and over a period of time, we have seen that personal emoluments for civil servants were not increased for a very long time. So this, including the increase that we saw in 2022, is a step in the right direction. Much as we would want to say that we can increase twofold, threefold, or 20-fold, we have to be realistic. And as you are aware, Honourable Member, the budgeting process is dependent upon taking projections based on what has transpired in the past. So the amount that you see here, though you would refer to it as minimal, is a reflection of a benchmarking exercise. One cannot just simply increase emoluments willy-nilly for any class of employee, not least the civil servants, not least the staff in the Ministry of Justice. Suffice to say, however, that we are committed and have shown the commitment towards improved emoluments for all civil servants as the New Dawn government. And indeed, as Ministry of Justice, we continue to speak and push on behalf of our colleagues that we work with. As we speak now, I think the honourable member may be aware that we are in the period when these matters are under consideration for the forthcoming period. So we will continue to see increments from time to time. I thank you.
Ms. Nyerenda.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Honourable Minister, page 359, under budget programs on economic classification, I bring you to 03, Zambia Institute of Advanced Legal Education. We see that the amount has been static from 2021, 2022, and 2023, just as the results are at Ziali, where it's always 1 to pass or 2. Could there be a reason why this amount is not changing and we are not seeing any improvement in the number of counsels who are being admitted to the bar? I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With due respect, would like to see what research has been done in order to link or form a nexus between the standard of legal education and the amount allocated. Suffice to say that the legal aid, that the Zambia Institute of Advanced Legal Education is one of those statutory bodies under the Ministry of Justice. The allocation takes care of the provision of personal emoluments. As you would know, there is a single campus. It hasn't devolved beyond that single campus. There is a set number of courses. I believe there are 11 courses, meaning that you have a set number of lecturers, meaning that all those parameters that would ordinarily feed into the cost center are static. So you would not expect, where you have not introduced new courses, or where you have not introduced new staff, or where you have not introduced any significant change in the operations of the institution, for one to see that you have an exponential increase in the budgetary allocation. This is what would explain the static nature. And also let me add that the quality of the persons that are employed by Ziali remains at high level. It is a matter of ensuring that the students that come in apply themselves a little bit more in order to see those results improve. I thank you.
Honorable members, we want to make progress. Maybe for your own information, if you want to consult loudly, you can even walk out and come back instead of disturbing the work in the House. You are allowed to move out and come back. Mr. Simumba.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I'll take you to page 223, program 4199, that is 006.
Where are you? Which page are you?
223.
Which one? We are now on Ministry of Justice. Mr. Simumba. Mr. Kafwaya.
Madam Chairperson, thank you so much for an opportunity to make a clarification with the Honorable Minister of Justice. Honorable Minister, on page number 366, program number 4199, sub-program 9002, Human Resource Management and Administration. I take note that when you are responding to my honorable colleague a while ago, you said these increases are based on benchmarking. You have to look back where you are coming from and then use the benchmarks which were arrived at. Now, in 2021, this sub-program was allocated 4 million kwacha. And in 2022, the current year, it was allocated 6.4 million kwacha, which is a 54.4% increase. If that is the benchmark, my expectation would have been in this budget for 2023 would be around that area. But this amount has jumped to 16.1 million, representing a percentage increase of 153%, very far from 54.4. Honorable Minister, what could be the reason for this jump? Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honorable member has referred, first of all, to the 2021 budget. It's quite evident that in 2021 there was gross under budgeting because of clear priorities that were different from those of the New Dawn government. And so, as you've seen from the progression rate that you've referred to yourself, we have an increase in 2022 to 6.3 million. You note that in 2022, the devolution, the decentralization had not begun. So the simple answer to your question is that the exponential increase you see to 16 million in the 2023 budget is because now we would have expected and we will open all 10 provincial centers under the administrator, beg pardon, the Attorney General's chambers. Of course, like I explained earlier, that entails that everything else increases because you need support staff in those offices. You need additional advocates. For example, in the larger centers like Livingstone, you expect to see a principal state advocate, a state advocate, and a senior state advocate. So you are increasing the number of people that you have on ground in order to increase service delivery for the benefit of the people of Zambia. That 16 million is expected to work in that regard. I thank you.
Mr. Piri.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Minister, on page 359, program 4165, legal services and bullet 02 general operations, there is a decrease in the allocation. May I know why there is that decrease in the allocation? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
If the honorable member could kindly repeat the specific program, I didn't follow.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Page 359, program 4165, legal services. Then on general operations, there is a amount located is 23 million. That is for 2023, whilst in 2022 there was 35 million. Now, my question is, may I know why this decrease, Honorable Minister? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My understanding of the decrease is also in relation to decentralization. Instead of those funds being pooled in one cost center, they have now been spread across several other cost centers. So the amounts will reflect in the 10 provincial centers. That related to that particular aspect. I thank you.
Mr. Chewe.
Thank you so much, Honorable, or may I say chairperson, chairperson, yes. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, let me take you to page 359 and item 03, Zambia Institute of Advanced Legal Education, ZIARI. In your opinion, Honorable Minister, with this kind of allocation, starting from 2021, 2022, and 2023, where you said there is nothing has changed for the past 2 years, and there is no reason to increase the allocation. Now, in your opinion, are you really comfortable with the performance of the passing rate for the students, taking into account that ZIARI is on record that 400, 500, 600 students, only one student that make it and admit to the bar. Now, would you think maybe the tutors or lecturers are maybe frustrated because there is nothing much that is coming to advance their agenda in terms of administration? What could be your response, Honorable Minister?
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I fear that the honorable member is asking me to speculate and to give an opinion, which is not the purpose of this exercise. We are looking at the numbers. Suffice to say, like I mentioned earlier, that ZIARI churns out people who will have an effect on the daily lives of the citizens of Zambia. Therefore, the standard of education cannot be dropped. It's about the quality of the students that come in and their absorption capacity. So you will see that in one instance you have 500 students and one passes. In the other you have 400 students and 200 pass. It is reflective of the individual capacities of those students and their ability to take on the instruction that they receive. I can also confirm here that the faculty, the staff, the academic staff at ZIARI are of extremely high quality. You may wish to know that not only any Jim and Jack is picked up to be an instructor at that institution. In the past and even now, we have senior legal practitioners, state counsel, judges, and other senior persons who are highly experienced in the practice of the law that are instructors at that institution. So to talk about the motivation factor and relating it to the emoluments is probably not a realistic approach because the motivation of those professionals at ZIARI is to see this noble profession of ours improve from day to day and not necessarily a financial motivation. So as I said, I would hate to speculate, and in that regard, I'll end there. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Munga. Mungandu.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I will refer the Honorable Minister to program number 4165, Legal Services, Economic Classification,
Page what?
page 359. 359, Economic Classification. Then let him go to transfers. We have 01 Zambia Law Development Commission. 2021 it was 5 million. 2022 is showing 12.58 million. 2023 15.63 for 630,655. I'll also take you to 05 liabilities. Outstanding bills. There is 100 million, 300 million, 500 million, 250,000. Then on page 360,
Mungandu, I think we are going to load the minister with so many questions, especially that there are figures. I think give him chance to answer the. Yeah.
it's related so that at times I get skipped. So when you have an opportunity, Honorable Chairperson, is to ask everything at once. Program number 4165, again, Legal Services, Head 8002, Legislative Drafting and Law Revision. 2021, 9 million. 2022, 42 million. 2023, 33 million. What I want to find out here, are we going to see a reduction in this activity? Why has it reduced from 42 million to 33 million when we expect more? Then on the outstanding bills, is this 500 million inclusive of the retirees that are ever at your ministry, Honorable Minister, or our government has completely paid all of them? Then the Zambia Road Development Commission.
No, I think we are going to. The questions
I'll-
are just.
let me end here.
Yes, please. Let's not load the questions by one person. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. If I may be allowed to begin with the last one, the 33.29 million decrease. It's very simple, Honorable Member. In the 2022 budgetary allocation, there was 20 million kwacha that had been put for the consolidation and printing of the revised editions of the laws of Zambia. That activity is not going to be undertaken during this current period. The increase to 500 million under liabilities is, as I mentioned earlier, in relation to the compensation fund, which has been increased from 200 to 500 million. In the compensation fund, as I mentioned, there's various historic debts. Amongst them, we have different classes of persons that have been found to be owed by the government of the Republic of Zambia on account of legal matters. Some of them indeed include voluntary separatees, others are other litigants. Some of them arose under the activities of the Ministry of Home Affairs then, when we had a lot of people that suffered brutality at the hands of the Zambia police and sought compensation. So that is the general picture that you will see of that. Yes, thank you very much. If the Honorable Member can remind me of the very first one, my apologies. I believe...
Yeah, I think that is the problem of loading the minister with so many questions. Mr. Kangombe.
Minister of Justice, you've allocated money towards good governance and human rights.
Mr. Kangombe, start with the page number and then take us to the program.
Page 357, head 31, table 2, sub-program 4166, good governance and human rights. You've allocated 66,970,117. Minister, I want to find out, under this item, is this where you plan to undertake constitutional reforms? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Constitutional reforms are undertaken under the, and that also answers the question from the previous speaker, drafting head that was previously referred to. Good governance deals specifically with matters relating to upholding of the rule of law, and the good governance pillar under the 8th National Development Plan. There are various activities that need to be undertaken under there. I thank you.
Mr. Chitotela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chairperson, page number 358, program number 4165, legal services, sub-program number 8002, legislative drafting and law revision. This year, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chairperson, we had 42 million allocated. Next year, the minister is proposing to allocate 33 million kwacha. Does it mean this year we'll see less legislative drafting and law revision? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Member for Pambashe. I fear you may not have been listening to the immediate past question, where I answered that question, that the reduction to 33 is because this year we will not be printing a revised version of the laws. That has already been undertaken. I mean, in the forthcoming year, in 2023, we will not be printing a revised version of the laws. There was a 20 million kwacha that was allocated this year for that exercise. We're not repeating it, and that's why you see the reduction. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
I'll take the last one, Mr. Simumba.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'll take you to page 366, head 9006, planning policies. In 2021, the budget was at 2,125,000. Also in 2022, 2,142,000. Now, in 2023, is proposing to have 6,500,000. I would want to find out what new planning policies that are going to undertaken for this one to be taken to 6.5 million. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The allocation is meant to cater for increased planning activities and policy coordination. For example, there is a new national governance policy that is being developed and will require implementation, which of course entails cost centers relating to that. There is a I mentioned the national governance policy. There's a communication strategy and African peer review mechanism, second country report that we anticipate we're going to undertake. We essentially want to be able to show the outcomes of our diligence in ensuring that the governance pillar, in accordance with the 8th National Development Plan, is being properly administered. And so that work, of course, requires a scaling up of the program implementation, and that is what is driving that cost up by circa 2 million kwacha. I thank you.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that head 31, Ministry of Justice, head total 851,754,855 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 31, Ministry of Justice, head total 851,754,855 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move to head 14. Head 14, Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, General Policy Debate, the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development Policy Statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And I wish to thank you most sincerely for giving me this opportunity to present the policy statement in support of the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure for the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development under Head 14. Madam Chairperson, as you are aware, mining has continued to be the mainstay of Zambia's economy, accounting for 17.5% GDP and over 70% of foreign exchange earnings in 2021. Therefore, the role of the sector in fostering economic development cannot be overemphasized. Madam Chairperson, I wish to inform the House that the functions of the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development are drawn from the Government Special Gazette Notice number 1123 of 24th September 2021. These are as follows: cadastral survey and exploration, explosives policy, geological survey and mapping, mineral exploration, mineral processing and research, mines and minerals development, mines and mineral policy, mine safety, petroleum exploration and mining, and precious metal mining. In presenting the policy statement, I would like to give the performance review of the year 2022. The ministry was allocated a total of 95.9 million, and of this amount, a total of 93.5 million, representing 97.5%, was released as at 31st October 2022. Madam Chairperson, during the period under review, the ministry implemented various interventions aimed at stimulating productivity and growth of the mining sector in line with the aspiration of the European administration, which includes the attainment of 3 million metric tons of copper production annually in the next 10 years. As such, the ministry formulated a new mineral resources development policy and commenced the process of formulating a national petroleum policy. The ministry also undertook the process of reviewing and developing various legal frameworks aimed at enhancing the regulation of the mining sector, such as the Mines and Minerals Development Act No. 11 of 2015, Explosive Act of 1974, Geoscientist Act, Local Content Regulations, as well as the Mines and Minerals Environmental Regulations No. 29 of 1997. Madam Chairperson, as you are aware, new developments in the mining sector have taken place in recent years, necessitating various reforms in Zambia. Consequently, the ministry commenced the process of establishing the Mineral Regulatory Commission to effectively and efficiently regulate the mining sector, and formulated an integrated artisanal and small-scale mining and marketing development model aimed at formalizing the artisanal and small-scale mining sector in Zambia. Other reforms undertaken during the period under review include restructuring the mining cadastre system to ensure efficiency in the issuance of mining licenses, as well as enhancing transparency, accountability, and integrity in the issuance and management of mining licenses. The Ministry also commenced a process of streamlining the administration of the Environmental Protection Fund to enable it to adequately address environmental liabilities post-mining activities. Madam Chairperson, to ensure increased availability of geological information and promote investment in the mining sector, the Ministry undertook geological mapping in northwestern and Luapula provinces. Currently, the Ministry is planning to conduct geological mapping in Northern Province. This is in order to accelerate countrywide geological mapping coverage from the current 55.64%. Additionally, our Ministry continues to undertake monitoring of safety, health, and environmental protection in the mines. These include regular inspections, approval and certification of equipment and machinery, and review of environmental impact assessments to promote sustainable mining activities and review environmental impact assessment to promote sustainable mining practices. The Ministry also continues to monitor and inspect mining operations to ensure compliance to mining standards and regulations as provided under the law. During the period under review, the Ministry continued to prioritize the promotion of artisanal and small-scale mining through provision of technical services and formalization through creation of cooperatives. Further, with support from the Africa, Caribbean, Pacific Union Development Minerals Program, the Ministry continued to build capacity of artisanal and small-scale miners through skills development, provision of equipment, and small grants. Despite the achievements, the Ministry encountered a number of challenges which include the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which negatively affected the implementation of some programs and projects. Low staffing levels and inadequate institutional capacity also affected the Ministry's ability to effectively regulate the mining sector. In 2023, the Ministry seeks to scale up the implementation of various policies, Madam Chairperson, legislative and institutional reforms in order to continue revitalizing the mining sector in Zambia. The Ministry has been allocated 275,248,633 in 2023, representing an increase of more than 100% from last year's budget allocation. The Ministry will implement 6 programs, namely Mineral Resource Development and Management, Mine Safety and Environment, Mines Development and Management, Mines Technical Services, Petroleum Exploration and Management and Support Services. The programs are anchored on the aspiration of government in line with the economic transformation agenda. The focus for 2023 will include setting up the Mineral Regulatory Commission in order to streamline regulation of the mining sector. The Ministry will also implement the integrated artisanal and small-scale mining and marketing development model to ensure that the artisanal and small-scale mining sector is formalized and contributes significantly to economic development. Other priorities will include intensifying geological mapping and mineral exploration, promotion of value addition, and increased participation of Zambians in the mineral value chain. These interventions will be key in ensuring that the sector yet again becomes the hub of the country's socio-economic development. Further, to ensure that geophysical data is generated in order to promote and attract investment in the upstream petroleum sector, the Ministry will undertake the Petroleum Exploration Program. This is aimed at ensuring that the Ministry enhances monitoring and inspection of petroleum exploration license areas to ensure compliance. To ensure sustainable development and management of mineral resources in Zambia, the Ministry will continue to grant mining and non-mining rights to artisanal, small, and large-scale mines as well as monitoring and auditing of ore exploration and mining processing operations. I wish to state that my ministry is reflective of the national priorities as outlined in the 8th National Development Plan and other national policy documents, such as the National Mineral Resource Development Policy. I therefore call upon the August House to support and approve the 2023 estimates of expenditure for my ministry, as the sector has enormous potential to contribute to wealth creation and poverty reduction. Madam Chairperson, as the new Dawn administration, under the able leadership of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, I wish to take this opportunity to assure this House and the people of Zambia at large that the government remains committed to ensure that the mining sector plays a critical role in contributing to the social, economic development of our country without leaving anyone behind. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Any further debate? Mr. Jamba.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for allowing the people of Mwembe to put their words on this head. Madam Chairperson, I will just speak to a few issues pertaining to the Ministry of Mines. I will first of all look at the issue of the Geological Survey. Minister of Mines, if you look at the monies which are given towards Geological Survey in terms of mapping, any geologist or any person who is serious in terms of trying to open new areas of mining will see that the money which has been given for Geological Survey is too little. Therefore, Minister, you will note that some people who wake up in the morning say they have discovered gold in Mumbwa, they have discovered gold in Chibombo, they have discovered gold somewhere, while our geologists are camped there at Geological Survey in the offices. What we are looking for, Minister, is that we must make sure that the budget for Geological Survey is actually enhanced, because the Geological Survey is the base of all mines and mining activities. If we do not give adequate money to the Geological Survey, we might be dreaming of 3 million tons of copper production because we have not put enough money where it's supposed to be. Therefore, Minister of Finance, in collaborating, working together with the Minister of Mines, we must see to it that this department, the Geological Survey, is actually equipped. The past 5 years, 6 years, I've been passing through Geological Survey. You will find the Land Cruisers are packed from June until June. It's not a good thing to find a geologist to be in the office. A geologist is supposed to, by the time it is April or May, the geologists must be packing their bags and coming back when the rain season is starting in December. People neglected that Geological Survey. You find that the vehicles, all Land Cruisers, are on the stones. Therefore, I urge you, Minister, to look into this department so that whatever we want to do, we are going to improve our mineral exploration and we are going to enhance the idea of opening new mines. If we do not do geological exploration, we shall not find the minerals which we want. And therefore, we shall be comparing with Congo, comparing with Wati, when we are not actually investing where the money is supposed to be. I've got a lot to say on that one, but let me go to cadastre. Cadastre unit. Cadastre unit, Minister. It is good that you had closed that thing and that now you have worked on it. It was a disaster. How can you allow people to own licenses for speculation? How can you allow people in the offices hire as your office to be holding licenses in Mumbwa for gold mining, and also even the small artisanal licenses were held by those people, the top clique? How can it be? Therefore, this cadastre unit must be brought properly so that whenever he wants to do any application, every Zambian want to apply, let us apply. Minister, maybe one of the suggestions which I'm making is that there are people who are applying licenses, 10 licenses, 50 licenses. How can someone be having 50 licenses at cadastre? You click here, Jamba. You click here, Jamba. You click here, Jamba. What type of exploration mining rights are those at cadastre? We want to find a cadastre where when people walk there, you enter your name, you have applied, they will tell you, my friend, leave others to do what? To make applications. After all, you haven't even done any exploration, the ones you are holding in Rufusa. We have seen people holding some copper rights in Rufusa and saying that we are trying to do exploration when they are doing nothing. They go to Mumba, they go to Kasempa, everywhere licenses and doing nothing. That cadastre was a disaster. It wasn't cadastre, it was disaster. Minister, anyone has got a way of debating, just keep your word. Minister, let me quickly go to one stony issue which made me to debate this thing. These things were just a bonus. Let me talk about KCM, where I come from in Nampundwe. KCM is a mine there in Nampundwe. First and foremost, are we sure that we needed to liquidate KCM? Are we sure we needed to do that? Why did we make KCM a cash cow? Minister.
Mr. Jamba, I don't think you are expecting answers from the honorable.
No, I don't expect. They are hearing those who are hearing who did that.
Please, let's not answer the person who is debating. That is just part of his debate as he is raising questions. The minister will come and respond.
Yes. Madam Chairperson, KCM, you want to liquidate, you are saying you are liquidators. Because liquidators will start looking at the assets, looking at the employees, and see the welfare. How do you put a liquidator who starts dealing in the business of the company you are saying you are liquidating? How can you start selling copper and you are saying that you are liquidators? Let me explain. Vendetta are the legal owners of that mine. 78% shares are held by Vendetta. The people are suffering there in Nampundwe. What they are saying, Minister, can you sort out this problem as early as you possibly can? If it means giving back to Vendetta, give them back everything so that they start mining. Look here. Let me explain. When Vendetta was mining during the time of Mwanawasa, Vendetta was following the law and they were doing the correct thing and they mined with dignity. Immediately the PF came from 2010, 2011. Those people started abrogating the law because they knew that these who are now ruling, they are people of lawlessness. Since this government of the New Dawn is a government which is actually up there with the rule of law, and we actually follow the budget, we tell those people that can you start mining Vendetta and follow the mining regulations. We don't want to see a Vendetta, a mine which cannot look at the safety of the people. You cannot look at the, what you call social responsibility. What we are saying, corporate responsibility. What I'm saying, Minister, is that it is high time. It is high time that this mine issue of KCM will actually sort it out. Some of these issues we are talking about mining, they are the effects which are happening in Chungola because of the same KCM. We want to sort out that people on the copper belt are happy with us and the people in Nampundwe are happy with us. We can't allow these people who are stealing and stealing from KCM, stealing copper and selling.
Mr. Jamba, stealing the way you've used it in practice and parliamentary.
These people who are enriching themselves, not even rooting, they are rooting the copper. Because when you are a liquidator, you are just supposed to look at the assets and take care of the employees and if there is anything. But you saw that they were selling copper, that they are liquidators. They are just enriching themselves. These PF were thieves. Who were stealing from us Zambians and stealing the copper. We are therefore saying, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Jamba, can you kindly withdraw the word thieves?
I want to withdraw the word thief. with people who are rooters, rooting the copper, which is Zambian copper, looting it and putting that in their own pockets and enjoying. Abantu bali bakabwalala mugitonga.
Mr. Jamba, even that word Wakawalala, I don't think it's parliamentary when you translate it to English.
I withdraw it, Madam Speaker, by saying that these people are actually getting things which are not theirs, putting them in their pockets. I thank you.
Let's use the words well, because when you say the PF are thieves, there are so many PF people that are listening out there. So let's be careful with the way we are using the words. Mr. Kalobo. No, it's Kalobo. Kalobo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this vote. Minister of Mines. Minister of Mines, I followed your policy statement, and you have indicated that your journey to target 3 million metric tons still continues. And you have highlighted that you are going to undertake 6 programs, namely mineral resource development and management, mine safety, health, and environment, mines development and management, mines technical services, petroleum exploration and management, and support services. These are the 6 programs that you have highlighted that you are going to embark on. However, the information on the ground is showing that under the new Dawn government, copper production has reduced. And this is so because we have these mining companies who have resorted to importing copper from Congo because they found it cheaper. We have a big smelter in the northwestern province. In the copper belt, we have one in Chingola and Changa. We have one in Mufurira. We have another one in Chambeshi. And if you check international, Minister, copper has gone up. The prices have gone up because copper production has outstripped supply. Minister, maybe before I go to the next point that I wanted to address, I've followed also from my colleague from Mwembeshi, the lobbying cause that we are witnessing here may not be an answer to Zambia's quest to leverage development using our mineral wealth.
Order, honorable members. I can see the minister is not sleeping. No. Please continue.
Madam Speaker, I was saying that the lobbying cause we are hearing here, we are witnessing here, to bring vendetta back to KCM may not be an answer to Zambia's quest to leverage our development using the mineral wealth. The record that KCM has is clearly an indication that on this journey of 3 million metric tons that the new Dawn government has embarked on, they cannot travel with us. If you check on their records, they promised to invest heavily in copper mining. But in turn, they went to do something else they quickly built a smelter and started importing concentrates from Congo. So clearly, those who are lobbying for KCM to come, or vendetta to come back to KCM, we are shooting in the air. It will not help us because the records are very clear on what we have undergone with KCM. People have lost employment. We experienced tax avoidance. We experienced under declaration. We experienced transfer pricing. So all this is evidence that there's nowhere we can go with the KCM. So those lobbying sentiments from Mwembesh cannot take us anywhere. Minister, coming back.
Mr. Jamba had ruled that
My
there are
time.
no more points of order. No points of order. For the sake of progress. Order. The member on the floor, please be focused, but we value your views. Just be focused to the budget. Using your own views. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, there is a saying that goes like, Mwana ngalira bonzo mupase. Meaning, if a child is crying for a bone, give. And again, if you are trying to signal to a child that where there is fire, when the child is not listening, let her touch that fire. Then in turn, you will see that child now is the one who will be telling the elders that meaning you get bent.
Mr. Kalobo.
So I bring this reference, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Kalobo, please let's be focused to the debate. We don't want those proverbs. I think those issues are not mentioned anywhere in the debate.
We are going to link them, Madam
Speaker. Be focused. You've got a lot of experience actually coming from the mine area. Just bring those nice views so that we learn something. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We did advise here this issue of the 3 million metric tons. But now at a stage where we've reached, it seems it cannot be retracted. So the only thing we're going to do is to support, so that tomorrow they don't tell us that you didn't support, this thing would have worked. So, Minister of Mines, we support you on the 3 million metric tons so that we see what will come out. But we are very much concerned. I've looked at the programs that you have undertaken where you are putting money. You see, when you are focused on production, we expected to see mechanisms like the mineral value chain monitoring process, the mineral production monitoring process, because if I may give you an example of KCM, who were not giving correct results, has given evidence that these mining companies cannot be left alone. We need the mechanisms to be checking them. So we expected for you to put money in the mineral production monitoring so that you monitor production, because your target is to increase production from 800,000 metric tons to 3 million metric tons. So please consider this one so that it can be meaningful. You have indicated here that you want every Zambian to benefit from the socio-economic development that is there. That is the only way. That is the only way. I listened, Minister, and I've checked in the Hero book on the sub-programs where you have put money. The mineral valuation monitoring process is not here. Mineral production monitoring process is not funded here. So we urge you to consider this one. All of us will benefit if we hit that target of 3 million metric tons. We have tapped in your vision. Yes, of course, on the other side, we know that it will not yield any results because we increased the production from 257 to 750. We never balanced our budget. it will be the same. People still continue losing employment because there's no control in terms of automation, mechanization. There's no control. I've not heard any policy here. I've only seen coherence in terms of awarding the incentives. There is no coherence in terms of the policies that will support the production, the 3 million target that you have. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banda.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And I also want to thank the Minister of Mines. Allow me to add a few words to what the Minister of Mines has just presented on the floor of this House. Allow me to start by debating on the conduct of some officers at Cadastra. A lot of people have been disadvantaged whenever they have applied for mining licenses at Cadastra. I am one of those that have been disadvantaged, where you apply and the officers there change your coordinates. Several times I've gone there, I've gone to the PSCs, I've gone to the directors so that they can work on this. Honorable Minister, this is happening at Cadastra. You apply and they change your coordinates. If we are to make progress, this thing should come to an end. Work on that one. Allow me also to speak on the illegal mining activities. As the New Dawn government has always said that you want to empower the Zambian people and the local mining companies through cooperatives. We have a lot of illegal mining activities. This is because bigger chunks of land have been given out in the name of large-scale exploration mining licenses. Take an interest in areas where our local people have got interest. For example, I'll tell you of Serenge. There is a lot of illegal mining activities in Serenge, not because that's what people want, but because the areas have been taken up, and those that have taken up the areas are not ready to give mining consents to the local people. As a result, the local people are forced to do illegal mining. At the end, government is losing a lot of revenue, because where there is illegal mining, government doesn't get anything. Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Chairperson, to the Honorable Minister, please try to rehearse with our ZCCM to look into the issue of Serenge, where we can benefit a lot. A lot of our youths can have jobs there through mining activities. What is happening now is not good. The other point I want to stress, Honorable Minister, is that Cadastra should be decentralized, or we need to have officers from the Ministry of Mines going around into districts most of the times. Here is a situation where some people are doing illegal mining activities and there is no one to look at that until something is completely destroyed. This is because our officers are centered only in Lusaka. We don't see those land cruisers, like Honorable Jamba said. Other than the survey department, even those in Cadastra should be going around to see where people are mining. Those that have got exploration licenses, they are using exploration licenses to mine other than to explore. We have seen companies that have kept on exploring maybe for 2 terms of 4 years each, but without getting a real mining license. What they are doing through exploration is mining, and that is probably getting things illegally from the Zambian people. So we need people, officers from the Cadastra and Ministry of Mines to be going around these areas. Take interest of areas where our people have got some interest of mining, like Serenge. I want to emphasize, where I come from, there is a lot of mining activities, and all those mining activities are illegal simply because those areas are under some exploration licenses. Honorable Minister of Finance can have a lot of revenue from there if these areas are legalized. Honorable Minister, I think this is all that I wanted to add to this head, as I support it. So I end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Katakwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Solwezi East a chance just to add on one or two words. Listening to the policy statement from the Minister of Mines, well phrased, beautiful statements, and we really need to support this ahead. And in supporting this, however, I'd like just to highlight a few areas, especially the Minerals Resource Development and Management sub-program. Indeed, looking at how much has been allocated in the 2023 budget is quite colossal, and I expect that, Minister, this money should be used prudently in the areas of mineral resource development and management. I say so because we have a mine in my district, Pride Gem. They are busy mining emeralds. In fact, according to the quality, it's one of the best emeralds actually in Africa. But alas, the people of Solwezi East Omushindamo district are not benefiting. And this is the same picture for most of the mines in Zambia. What are the people benefiting? We are just remaining with these holes and the earth materials. Look at Chingola. Look at Kansanshi, Kalengwa. What are we benefiting as a nation? People say Solwezi is Kialokiamari, meaning the land of plenty, money. But look at the road that goes to Kansanshi. Look at the roads in Solwezi. There is really nothing to be proud about that indeed we are a mining province. So what we are saying is, if possible, we need to revisit the mineral policies, which you are talking about in terms of development and management. If we really revisit that, for instance, at the moment we have the UPNIFT, African Parliamentary Network on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation. This is a caucus that has come to Zambia, and worldwide, it has actually been discovered that parliamentarians have a say when it comes to mineral taxes and so on. So that as parliamentarians, we should have a voice. Why? Because world over, there is a cartel that manage the proceeds of mining. And as a country, we need to have a voice. An example is our colleague here in Botswana. How has the Botswanan government managed to have about 50% in the mining? From production, processing, and exportation. They have a bigger say, and we are able to see the dividends of the mines in Botswana. What has gone wrong for us? We need the reforms to be brought on this house, so that we have a say as parliamentarians, so that we are able to have the negotiation power in the taxation of our resources. Otherwise, we will never benefit. We will just be remaining with holes. Every day, one sees, Madam Chairperson, these trucks hauling copper. But what are we remaining with? Look at our roads. What are we benefiting? That is the big question that the Zambians have. Every day, they see resources going. And what are we benefiting? Madam Chairperson, it is very, very important that even as we allocate this junk amount of money, let us consider minerals resource development with keen interest so that we are able to benefit. Look at the social corporate responsibility from the mines. There is nothing to talk about. We had a privilege, Madam Chairperson, with the Minister of Mines to go to Pride Gem mines. What did we see in their strong rooms? Plenty emeralds. But how much did we get? There was only a small percentage that was given to the nation. But alas, look at the people for Solwezi East, Mushindamo district, Lufwanyama, where the emerald is coming from. You saw for yourself the roads there. What are we benefiting? That is the cry of the people. So we are saying, in supporting this budget, Madam Chairperson, let the Ministry of Mines consider the benefit that we are supposed to gain from our natural resources. Without that, then we are doomed. Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
Mr. Mutayachalo.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me this opportunity to debate the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development Head number 14. Madam Chairperson, the mining sector occupies a very special place in my heart. I have been born and bred on the Copper Belt in Roni constituency. I do notice that there has been some increase in terms of allocation from Madam Chairperson. I note that there has been some increase in terms of budget allocation from 95 million to 275 million kwacha in the 2023 national budget. I think this is a step in the right direction. Madam Chairperson, I'll quickly go to the mining industry in this country. I think more has been focused on the foreign investors instead of also focusing on domestic investors. I think once bitten, twice shy. I think we must learn a lesson that at one time, Anglo-American abandoned Zambia at a more critical stage. And again, Glencore did the same, abandoned us at a very critical stage. So I think it is important that instead of every time relying on foreign investors, I think it is important that we must promote domestic investments. That's why I think the decision which was taken by the PF government to take over possession of Mopani copper mines and also KCM, I think was a step in the right direction and in national interest. I believe that, Chile, although 72% of the mines are in private hands, 28% of the mines are state-controlled. And I think state-controlled mines in Chile are even doing well in terms of safety record. They are doing very, very well. So I think it is important that we must promote domestic investment in the mining industry. Madam Chairperson, I also note that the minister has allocated only 850,000 kwacha towards oil exploration. I think Zambia is in a hurry to discover oil in this country because this country has been spending huge sums of money annually to import petroleum products. So I think it is important that more resources must be allocated towards petroleum exploration. I'll give, for example, earlier in the day, I mentioned about the issue of Chama. In 1986, Josos undertook oil exploration in Chama, and Placid Oil started the drilling there. But in the in the process, that project was abandoned. So I think it is important that we must revisit that project because the people of Chama strongly believe that Chama has oil deposits. Madam Chairperson, I also look at Madam Chairperson, Mpondo, can you please?
Please continue. Mr. Mutayachalo.
Madam Chairperson, I also have noticed that only 1.2 million kwacha has been allocated towards mineral exploration. I think we need to do much. If you look at Congo, I think our friends are doing very well in terms of mineral exploration. So I think it is important that this country is endowed with a lot of mineral resources. So I think we must up the exploration agenda so that we can discover a lot of minerals. Mine safety, I noticed that only 1.6 million kwacha has been allocated. I think there's been a lot of illegal mining, and we have witnessed a lot of mine accidents. It's because the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development has not been very proactive in ensuring that they inspect these illegal mines. So I want to urge that I think it is important that we must consider increasing budgetary allocation to this particular sector. I mentioned that Mopani and KCM, I think this country has learned a lesson. We have noticed that during privatization, when the mines were in private hands, I think Zambians have not derived maximum economic benefits. So I think it is important that as a country, we must try by all means to own these mines so that whatever money comes from the mineral resources, I think it stays in this country. That's the only way we are going to develop this country. Madam Chairperson, I've also noticed that there is a problem of outsourcing in the mining industry. So I want to urge the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Development that I think they must work together with stakeholders because you find that most of the workers are contract workers and the government is losing out in terms of pay as you earn because most of these contractors are paying below the pay-as-you-earn threshold. So the government is losing out a lot of money, and it is also weakening the bargaining power of trade unions because it becomes very difficult for trade unions to bargain in an environment where we have contract workers. In conclusion, Madam Chairperson, I want to appeal to the Minister of Mines and Mineral Development. I've been interacting with unions in the mining industry. I think there is a concern that there is no regular interaction between the Minister of Mines and other stakeholders in the mining industry, such as mining unions. I think the unions represent a precious factor of production, that is labor. So for us to achieve the 3 million ton of copper in the next 10 years, I think it is important that the workers in the mining industries are well remunerated. And that can only happen if the Minister of Mines has constant interaction with the trade unions in the mining industry. So with those few words, I want to state that I support this budget estimates. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Mumba.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Mines. Your policy statement actually does provide us some opportunity to actually provide some suggestions to your ministry so that we can be able to reap the best results from the sector, which is the backbone of our economy. Madam Chairperson, I would just discuss a cocktail of issues around our sector, which probably the Ministry of Mines has not been able to follow up. Generally speaking, from Kantanshi and the mine that we have there, Mupane mine, which seems to have a number of problems, but the government obviously has mentioned that it's working around the clock to try and sort out, especially the financial issues around the mine so that we can get back into production and have those jobs that we are looking for. But in general terms, Honorable Minister, the sector has not been contributing as it is expected to contribute. Take, for example, just dividends. On one hand, all these mining companies bring in equipment which ends up attracting VAT refunds, and at the end of the day, when they are doing their financial books, they claim to have produced losses. So on one hand, we build a debt in a sector which is supposed to be the backbone of our economy through VAT refunds, and the figures speak for themselves right now if you go to ZRA. Secondly, under the environment, we have heard my colleague from Mwembeshi and another colleague talked about the ditches. So the environmental rehabilitation guarantees, which the mining companies are supposed to have. The Auditor General's report was very clear. A visit to Kajam mine showed all these ditches which have not been attended to, and yet guarantees are there. So your ministry requires a full rehabilitation so that we can be able to get these desired results, which you have clearly outlined there. Further, Madam Chairperson, if we look at the labor in terms of now going to my constituency, under Mupane Mine, where we have international companies which have got various contracts, you find that those miners are paid poorly. Some as low as 1,200 kwacha. And 95% of them, young as they are made to sign monthly contracts. Meaning at the end of every month, if the company, like in this particular case, we have Reliant Mining, we have ASC Mining, which has laid them off or terminated their contracts, they walk away with literally nothing, as though they have never ever worked in their lives. Those are the issues that you need to pay attention with through, by working closely, obviously, with Ministry of Labor. Now you are looking for resources so that you have a strategic partner for Mupani. What guarantees are going to be there that the Zambian companies will be able to get contracts, will be able to provide the jobs that we are trying to provide in these communities? These are some of the things that you need to start thinking about now. Because once we find this strategic partner, we'll end up worse than we are right now. So you have 600 young men and women, which I hope you will soon visit, to give them the hope that the government is on track in trying to find a financial partner. Though right now, of course, they are struggling in terms of their day-to-day means, their rentals and all that, but that's a discussion for another day. So I'm hoping that as you are transforming this sector, you look at the issues of dividends, you look at the issues of our wages and salaries for our miners, you look at the issue of how do we combat this issue of VAT refund. 1 minute this company is saying they haven't made any money. The other, they are putting pressure on the Ministry of Finance to pay them VAT refunds. So we have a cocktail of issues that we need to look at in the mining sector for us to get the rightful benefit. Even the contribution of 47% towards our GDP is not good enough. You have 2,000 mines that are functioning, only 166 that ZRA told us that are able to pay taxes. But they are functioning, they are there, all over this country. So we have a lot of work under this sector, because this is a sector that will give us the necessary jobs we're looking for. Under exploration, the government cannot be able to find money for exploration works. Your ministry needs to find a way of partnering with private sector, but with a very close oversight to ensure that when these resources are found, the way it took for Zambia to realize that Northwestern Province will be the biggest game after Copper Belt. That's what we need. We are talking about exploration with small figures. We will not go anywhere. We need to kick in the private sector, just as the finance minister was advising, that we need to closely work with the private sector. The private sector has only got one appetite, is to make profit. The government has also got another appetite, is to collect taxes genuinely so that money can get back into our economy and provide the necessary services that we need. So for me, Madam Chairperson, I can only encourage the Minister of Mines and the new government to try and critically look at the sector, put our economy first, put our people first, then we'll be able to reap the necessary rewards that we are looking for. I support this budget. Thank you.
We're going to allow one last member, Mr. Binwa Mpundu.
Madam Chairperson, thank you so much for giving the people of Nkana an opportunity to give a few comments regarding Head 14, which is the Ministry of Mines, that has been allocated 275.2 million kwacha that envisages to sponsor or to support 6 programs, namely the Mineral Resource Development and Management, the Mine Safety, Health and Environment, Mines Development, mines technical services, petroleum exploration, as well as management and support services. As I give my comments, Madam Chairperson, I am a bearer of very sad news from the Copper Belt and in particular from Kitwe. Madam Chairperson, for us in Nkana and in Kitwe in particular, mining is our life. You have heard me speak seldomly on issues of FISIP or human-animal conflicts. But when this subject comes, I want to echo the sentiments of our people back home. When the Minister of Finance made his budget address, I did lament the fact that we were expecting as a people of Nkana that government should have made a significant allocation towards the recapitalization of Mopani. Madam Chairperson, we have heard several statements to the effect that government is working on addressing the problem at Mopani. We have heard several statements to the effect that government is addressing the problem of KCM. For your interest, Madam Chairperson, my constituents shares part of the assets of KCM. My constituents shares the larger portion of Mopani. And so you can understand the anguish, the desperation of my people owing to our inertia to deal with the problem that is at Mopani. Mopani is a simple and straightforward case. It requires recapitalization. If we don't have the money, it requires us to find an equity partner. The case of KCM in point, it is very clear Vedanta is coming on board. If that be the case, why are we still dragging feet? Because our people are languishing. It is a very sad state of affairs on the Copper Belt. People are migrating. All the businessmen on the Copper Belt have moved. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, it's a very sad state of affairs. And the longer we wait to address this problem, the more problems these investments will suffer, the more the destitution that will cripple the people of the Copper Belt and in Nkana in particular. I am walking with my head down because people feel that I've let them down. I go to address meetings, the first thing they tell me is that you went there to represent us and you have failed us. That is why, Madam Speaker, when I stand to debate this, I am a bearer of this very sad news. In any case, let me address one of the issues that have been identified to be supported by the budgetary allocation of 275 million kwacha, namely the mines development and management. Under the mines development and management, two areas are going to be supported, namely mine licensing, where 7 million kwacha has been allocated for this exercise. Madam Chairperson, the issuance of licenses in the past has been very questionable, to the point where we have issued licenses for dump sites, tearing dams to foreigners. I house a number of these in my community that should have been benefiting our young people. My lamentation is that the destitution of the young people in my constituents could have easily been addressed if we had not been that selfish to give out licenses to finished or otherwise wastes. Because even when we talk about the Black Mountain, the starting point is, which Zambian individual was that reckless to have given a mining dump site to foreigners? Which Zambian, so reckless and uncaring, had given tearing dams that are in my constituents when we should have given those licenses to Zambians? That is why, if there is a reorganization going on, Mr. Minister of Mines, at Cadastra, tell the officers this time we want loyalty to the country. Whoever they are giving license must be Zambians first, not foreigners. Madam Chairperson, the other issue I want to address is number one, which is mineral resource development. Under mineral resource development, there is geological mapping. We have failed to harness the potential of this country because we do not have accurate geological data. 55% of our country has been mapped. 45% is still endowed with precious minerals. My committee went to the emerald-rich province, or rather town of Lufwanyama. The lamentations of the people is that that area must have been mapped. It is very expensive today to do exploration. And that is why I was expecting, Minister, that we should have allocated more money towards exploration. Because when we explore our countryside, we can then allocate mining licenses to Zambians. You cannot give mining licenses to Zambians and expect them to find the resources to undertake exploration, because these are very expensive undertakings. It is my hope, Minister of Mines, that if it is within your parameter and working with the Minister of Finance, please allocate more resources towards geological mapping and towards exploration, because these are very important steps that we must take if we are to achieve what we envisages, namely to increase the production of copper. Because, Madam Chairperson, today we are going into the Lower Zambezi to go, people are opting to go into Lower Zambezi to go and start exploring for copper. That tells you that there's so much mineral deposit around the countryside. There's been a gold rush around the country. Why now? We're not all along. It's because we have not invested in mapping our country to establish the extent of how the minerals are spread around the country. This is where we must be spending our resources as a country. Madam Chairperson, as I support this head, I want to put it to the Minister. Minister, you come from the Copper Belt. The people there in Chirabombwe will not let you scot-free if you don't address, and now the issue at KCM, and now the issue of Mopani. And I'm very confident in you because you know our challenges. Please rise to the occasion, and not later, but now. Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, wind up debate.
I thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members, Honorable Jamba, Honorable Kalobo, Honorable Banda, Honorable Katakwe, Honorable Mtachalo, Honorable Mumba, and Honorable Mpundu. You have given quite a host of issues that I need to address. When I look at the time, I'll try my level best to be able to respond to some of the issues that you raised. Honorable Kalobo is not even here. It's important that when these statements are being given, you pay attention when the statement is given. The statement and even the Yellow Book itself does talk about mineral production that is monitoring, that will include value chain activities, and it's on page 6. In fact, it will under program number 2138. So when we are giving these statements, please make sure that you pay attention, because then you would get to, be answered as to the questions that you have. Madam Speaker, one of the most important things that we've done as Ministry of Mines, we realized when we took over that this country has a very important sector which is being monitored centrally, and yet the country is so vast. We also had a very lean offices dotted around provincial centers called bureaus, which even lacked capacity, like one of the debaters said, to even go and check what is happening. Now, being visionary as we are as New Dawn government, we have set ourselves to create the Mines and Minerals Commission. Everything that we are raising, illegal mining, it's happening because as minister, or as a ministry, we haven't been all over, or we haven't been at every point every time. Now, through the commission that we have set up, and there is an allocation, thank you, Honorable Minister of Finance, so that we begin implementation of the Mines and Minerals Commission, which will give us capacity to be found everywhere where mining activities are taking place. We took over a sector that had a lot of leakages. We didn't know what was happening where. That is why there were all these illegalities that were taking place, because the capacity, Madam Speaker or Madam Chairperson, to be able to check what is happening was not there. So as a visionary government, we had to sit down. What do we do to address these leakages and these challenges that are creating a lot of problems for our people, including the monitoring of the big mining companies that are under declaring production figures? The answer, Madam Chairperson, is the Mines and Minerals Commission, which is coming approved by Cabinet and funded by this visionary government. And this is going to help us now to be present everywhere where there are mining activities. That is the vision of the Mines and Minerals Commission. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, we also looked at the mining policy, because when you are working or going anywhere, you need to know, how am I going to reach where I'm going? What did we do? We sat and began to review in the previous year the Mines and Minerals Act. And this is what we have done. Tomorrow, Madam Chairperson, I am launching the new Mines and Minerals Act at Government Complex. Those of you that would want to attend, come over. We are launching tomorrow the vehicle that will take us to stop illegal mining, the vehicle that will take us to make Zambians benefit more from the resources. Because sometimes I wonder, Madam Chairperson, certain people were debating should look at themselves and say, why didn't we do what we are talking about today? But the declaration of intent of this government is by increasing funding to the Mines and Minerals Department. The Honorable Minister has increased funding from 95 to 275 million. That is an intent by this government, that we want to see beneficiation come to the local people in the mining sector. This is a declaration. The confusion that we found at Cadastre, we showed that we are serious and we shut it down. People made noise, insulted us, but we stuck to our guns because we know what we want to achieve. And Madam Chairperson, we closed it for the past 6, 7, 8 months. Now it's open. And we have cleaned it up. And we have announced, Madam Chairperson, in the next 3 months, anybody who has licenses more than 5 must begin to surrender, and this is happening. I'll shortly be signing an SI that will restrict the number of mining licenses that a person should hold in Zambia. Because we don't want selfishness in this country. This is how we are moving. You can see when His Excellency the President talks about methodical approach, this is what we are doing. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons that Zambians are not benefiting as artisanal and small-scale miners is because they are not formalized. Now we are formalizing. A document was done, presented to Cabinet, and implementation will start very shortly, Madam Chairperson. This is how we are moving as New Dawn government to make sure that Zambians benefit from the mining resources that this country is endowed with.
Order, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you continue tomorrow. As the time is 1840 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The committee will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 has gone through the following heads, Heads 18 and Head 31, and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day for resumption of committee work.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume tomorrow. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you very much for being with us on Parliamentary Television and Business for today has just